confident that the CAP technicians can do the regular maintenance checks? Can we have Somitomo first and then Tales?
A pleasant afternoon, Your Honor.
Attorney Lim,
Yeah,
yes.
Lloyd from...
But you're a lawyer, but do you know the technical details of this?
Medyo po, kahiligan lang po.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So, ideally, there should be some regular maintenance aside from battery check. But DG Tamayo is correct when he says they actually have qualified people inside CAP who's been working with CAP for a while, who should be able to maintain by themselves, no? But if they prefer to have, and I agree totally with you as well, having a third party come in, experts such as P2O supplier, would be beneficial.
For example, how about Thales? What is your analysis on this, Mr. Nusk?
Yeah,
Nusky?
so good afternoon, Madam Chairman. So Towers are not the supplier of the UPS system, so we don't have particular expertise in that area. We are the supplier of the air traffic management system, so I'm unable to comment on your question.
All right, thank you. For example, like if I'll give an analogy, parents can really look at their children and determine if they're sick. Just use a temperature, a thermometer to take their temperature, etc. But there's also a regular time that you visit the pediatrician to check. And I think Attorney Lim is correct that we should have at least a third party look into whatever equipment we have. Hindi naman pwede. Kaya nga, kahit yung oil change, ginagawa rin sa kasa, hindi naman tayo lang ang tumitingin. Ang dinig ko, may utang pa raw tayo sa ibang providers natin. This is true? Sumitomo or Thales, do we owe you 1 billion pesos?
Your Honor, hindi naman po ganun kalaki. But we're working it out with the current administration, and it's going smoothly. So hopefully we'll be able to close that out. And
How much do we owe you? Kasi sa amin rin dadaan yan if ever walang pera yung kaap.
may budget po yan. It's actually DOTR po. Yeah, so
Yeah,
our
from there,
project is-
which we also give them.
Yeah.
So, well, anyway, if you
Yeah.
don't have the exact figures, please submit to the committee what that is so we can look into that. If you notice, ladies and gentlemen, this has been ongoing since 2001. The study began in 2001. It was approved by NAIA in 2009, after which I guess there was a wrench was thrown into it because it was disapproved by I believe COA or NEDA again in 2011, and then it resumed in 2013. And the reason, later on, we'll get into this. Because can you imagine just upgrading a system or installing, it takes more than a decade. There's a 511 million Manila Area Control Center currently gathering dust in CAAP compound since 2011. Because apparently whoever was in the DOTR at the time, they opted to get a Czechoslovakian supplied air traffic management system. And a lot, including the ANSU, CAAP itself, protested against it because it's untested and unreliable. So after that, bumalik na naman tayo sa Sumitomo. Parang ganun yung naging nung administration na yon. So, mamaya, kasi nga, what we have to focus on here, no, we will ask from General Hotchkiss what happened there, but the focus now is the safety, but that's a brief background. And the reason I also invited Secretary Tugade here is, I think you've been receiving unfair reports. I'm actually here to give you the opportunity to clarify, because in my readings, hindi naman po napunta sa mga aesthetic projects, napunta naman talaga sa dapat mapuntahan. So, para wag ka nang mag-isip ko nang sasabihin mo, we're okay na. I just wanted to give you that opportunity. Let's continue now if there are questions. Senator Jinggoy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to ask direct my questions to the officials of the Department of Transportation. Maybe Captain Tamayo may answer this. Last January 1, you mentioned, I don't know who amongst the officials of the DOTR mentioned, that it was the UPS that malfunctioned. And now, your letter addressed to Senator Grace Poe, you mentioned that it was the circuit breaker that malfunctioned. Ano ba talaga?
Stop the timer. Okay, go ahead.
As I mentioned earlier, Your Honor, the initial indication was the circuit breaker went on standby. So, the UPS went on standby, hence there was no power going in. So, there was a series of tests that was done by the technicians, and they decided to restart or re-energize the circuit breaker. So, the UPS. So, this was now working. So, all the while, may kuryente na. So, we were happy with that because we just had to wait for the re-initialization of the system para operational. But it turned out, after Powerus was allowed to energize the CNS ATM, the people inside the equipment building detected a burning smell or something in the equipment. So what they did, they immediately turned off all the circuit breakers inside that equipment room to protect the whole system from further damage. So ganun ho ang nangyari doon. So kala namin, the first defect was the UPS. So yun ho una lumabas, but then troubleshooting occurred until they found out na yun hong circuit breaker pala ang nagkakos nung shutdown ng
Bakit
UPS.
ngayon nyo lang nalaman, after 8 days, bakit ngayon nyo lang nalaman na circuit breaker ang may diferensya?
Hindi po, if I may, we found out on the same day. Kaya
On the
nga,
same day?
Yes, sir.
Ngayon lang kayo sumulat kay Senator Grace sa January 9 na circuit breaker ang may diferensya.
It occurred on January 1 din po. Na
Wala pong proper maintenance ang circuit breaker.
The circuit breaker has minimum maintenance actually. Ang ginagawa lang ho ng mga technicians dyan is to check yun hong mga nuts kanina na nakita natin. They make sure it is tight. They make sure the voltage passes through it and there is continuity. The circuit breakers are still units, sir.
How did you fix the faulty circuit breaker?
We replaced it, sir.
Did you make any upgrade?
No, sir. Exactly
You just
the same.
fixed it?
Exactly the same.
Is there a backup system?
This circuit breaker, sir, marami. As I illustrated earlier, bago pumasok po doon, 3 pa ang circuit breakers, and then each of the equipment has its own circuit breaker itself. Aside from that, there are 2 panels for redundancy.
You mentioned on the same day that it was the circuit breaker that malfunctioned.
That's correct, sir.
Why did you report to our chairperson only now that it was the circuit breaker that malfunctioned?
I would like to apologize, sir, for the late submission to the chairperson.
Kasi pagkakalam namin, UPS ang nag-malfunction.
Yes, sir.
Ngayon sinasabi mo, circuit breaker. Are you incompetent?
I apologize, sir.
Okay, when was the system purchased?
As I mentioned earlier, the project started in 2010, and finally it was inaugurated in 2018.
20? How much? This
About
was?
rough ballpark figures are 10 billion pesos.
Who evaluated the system? Were experts hired for this purpose?
That's correct, sir. A feasibility study was done.
Who recommended the procurement to procure the system?
That was in early 2010, sir. I think that was DOTC at that time. when the project-
DOTC.
Yes, sir, the project started.
Okay, I'll get back to you, Captain Tamay. Secretary Tugade, I think according to our chairperson that there were unfair reports that you diverted the 13 billion allotted to CAAP. Now it's your time to explain if you diverted the 13 billion or not.
With the permission of the Honorable Chair and the members of the Public Services Committee, I would like to extend my appreciation and gratitude for the opportunity that has been given to me to be present today, to be able to explain certain issues and matters which unfortunately were so unsavory that perked me up and woke me up in my retirement moments. Nagulat at nagulantang ho ako nung sinabi nila, dalawang issue ho yan. Una ho, may diversyon. Pangalawa ho, yung sistema is outdated and outmoded. Marami nagsasabi, hindi ko sinabi yan. Nakikita ko lang po yun sa Facebook, sa social media, sa mga dyaryo. Kung totoo o hindi yon, hindi ko alam. Ngayon ho, nandito ako upang ipaliwanag ang mga bagay-bagay, upang magbigay kaliwanagan sa mga nakikita natin sa Facebook, social media at pahayagan. Una ho, sa diversion of funds. Ang sabi po nila, may diversion of 13 billion. Una ho, nag-isip ako, saan nanggaling yung figure na 13 billion? Pagkakalam ko, kung proyekto at proyekto lang ang pag-uusapan, ang amount involved is around 10.3 billion. Nasaan yung 2.7 billion? Hindi ko alam. Ngayon, doon sa diversion, alam nyo, yung salitang diversion, merong unsavory connotation yan eh. Para kang may ginawang ililipat mo yung pera at ginawa mong pondo para sa ibang mga project na dapat gastusin mo sa mga proyektong kinauukulan. Yun ho ang hindi magandang tema dyan. Wala hong na-divert pagkat ang project ng CNS-ATM is what we call a loan-funded project. Ibig sabihin, yung proseso niyan na ang nangangasiwa is JICA, hindi ho pumunta sa amin yung pera niyan. Bago ka makakuha ng pera dyan, marami kang submission na gagawin sa paniniwala at approval ng JICA. Kahigpit-higpit ho ng JICA. Wala ho sa amin yung pera. May proseso ho dyan kung kailan i-release. Rini-release ba yung pera sa DOTR? Hindi po. Rini-release yan sa mga kontraktor. Sa ganung pamaraan at yun naman ang panukala at pamaraan dito sa proyektong ito, wala pong pagkakataon o oportunidad man lang na mag-divert ka. Diretso yan napupunta sa mga kontraktor. Ngayon kung ang sasabihin mo dinivert yung GAA, funded, budgeted project, isipin ho natin na yung CAAP is an autonomous independent body. GOCC, may sariling budget ho yan. Na hindi ka pwedeng magpalipat-lipat dyan. Criminal ho yan. At abogado rin ho naman tayo, hindi naman ho tayo gagawa ng ganyang kalokohan. Ang alam ko lang ho, there was once upon a time in 2018, a budgeted amount of 100, don't hold me to the numbers, 120 or 180 million, precisely for maintenance, administration, security, and operation of the CNS-ATM. Bakit ho may ganyan? Papaliwanag ko lang ho. Kanina natanong, ano ang nangyari nung natapos may award yung CNS-ATM? Meron hong pinirmahan na Certificate of Turnover na tinatawag. Gawain ho ng Thales na i-maintain yan under warranty for a period of 2 years. Tama ho kayo, Madam Chair, na after 2 years, wala na. Bakit nagtuloy-tuloy? Sino ang nangangasiwa? Sino ang nag-maintain? May papel ho ako ditong tangan. Ang nag-maintain ho, babasahin ko lang po, Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
I, as Director General of CAAP, confirm that CAAP has accepted and taken over the new CNS ATM project Package 1 facilities properties on 16 October 2017, and listen to this. And from that date will be responsible, listen to this, for the administration, security, operations, and maintenance of facilities and properties. Pinirmahan ho ito ni Mr. Sijonko nung panahon na yon, under the recommendation of the then USEC for aviation in the person of Mr. Iski Tamayo. Ito ho yung pinirmahan niya. May endorsement ho yan, yung tinatawag natin na contractor na tumutulong sa DOTR. Ang pangalan po, if I may read, Madam Chair, Dr. Yukinori Otani. Siya ho yung consultant nung proyekto na ito na nagsabing, na nag-witness nung turnover na yon. In other words, it is true that Thales stopped its operation and maintenance after 2 years because that is their warranty. But CAAP assumed the responsibility of taking full responsibility on maintenance, operation, administration, even security of the system. Kailangan ho yan tuloy-tuloy. Tama rin ho na kailangan meron kang core of skillful engineers that will have to manage the CNS ATM. Kasi nga ho, binit-bit ang responsibilidad ng CAAP yan. Marami hong nandiyan sa CAAP ngayon na alam itong dokumentong ito. Nagulantang at nagugulat lang ako na hindi sinasabi. Nandiyan, of course, si Mr. Sijonko, nandiyan si Mr. Tamayo, nandiyan din ho yung Dan John Lucas na siya ho yung chief of staff nila si Jonko at Tamayo. Lahat ho dapat yan ilinalatag at linalabas dito para maintindihan ng totoo at lubusan ng committee ito. Hindi ho pinabayaan ng Thales yung maintenance. Ito ho, dapat ituloy. Kaya lang, tapos na yung warranty. Kailangan mag-take over, natapos yan ng 220. Ngayon, bakit hindi tinutuloy ng Thales sa Sumitomo yung maintenance? Kasi ho, gusto nilang pumirma ng service agreement. Alam din ni Mr. Sijonko yan, alam ni Mr. Tamayo, alam ni Dan Lucas. Kasi ho, meron silang claim. Mga claim ho yan, hindi uutang yan. Claim ng Thales Sumitomo. Ito, humigit kumulang, please don't hold me to the number, mga 640 million ang kine-claim nila. Remember, this project has been born and begotten years ago. Wala pa kami, kaya humihingi kami ng mga dokumento. Hindi ako papayag dyan kung hindi nyo may submit yung dokumento. Sabi rin yung contractor na hapon, huwag mong bayaran kasi walang dokumento. Eh bakit ko babayaran? Ngayon, sinasabi nila, kung hindi mo binabayaran, wala ng service agreement. Huwag mo naman ako hostage dyan, kaibigan. You know, wala kami noong mga panahon na yun, liwanagin natin yan. Kaya nga ho, meron akong pinapirma sa CAAP na sila ang mga ngasiwa sa maintenance, administration, and security. Naniwala ho ako sa dokumento na yan. Now, nagkaroon ho ng diskusyon with Thales and Sumitomo. Ano yung diskusyon with Thales and Sumitomo? Sabi namin, kung gusto mo, out of good faith, babayaran ko na yung mga issues na walang problema na kumpleto ang dokumento. Pag-usapan natin, yung balanse, punta tayo sa arbitration. Nabinbin ho ang usapan. Walang nangyari. Nag-create ho ako ng internal committee sa DOTR para tignan yung claims ng Thales Sumitomo. This committee was composed of 3 gentlemen in DOTR. Number 1 is USEC Gary, nandito ho siya ngayon. Dati siyang USEC for Finance. Nandiyan yung dating ASEC ng Procurement at Project Implementation, si Mr. Banoy Lopez. Yung Gary ho, di Guzman ang apelyido nun. Yung pangatlo, si Renier Yebra, na head ng legal. Sila ho ang nagsabi sa akin, alam mo ba, huwag mong bayaran yan. Bakit? Kasi mas malaki pa yung liquidated damages because of the delay on the project. Eh bakit ko mababayaran yan? So hindi ho utang yon. Yun ho, claim na pinag-usapan at pinag-uusapan. Dapat ho yan umandar at umusad nung umalis kami 6 months ago. Alam ko yan ni Mr. Sijonko, ni Danjon Lucas, at alam din ni Mr. Tamayo yan. Ito ho yung papel.
Secretary Tugade, so ang sinasabi ninyo, dahil na-delay yung implementation ng proyekto, nagkaroon tayo ng binabayaran na parang penalty.
Meron dapat silang bayaran ng penalty ho. Ang tawag ko dyan, liquidated damages na babayaran ng kwan.
Because of the delay that we caused.
Hindi ho. Because of certain delays also sa Tales, saka sa Sumitomo.
Okay.
Kaya nga sabi ko, yung amount na wala tayong issue, bayaran na namin kayo. Ire-recommenda ko sa JICA, bayaran kayo. And sabi ko naman ng iba, huwag mong bayaran. Kailangan bayaran mo yung buo. Sabi nung committee ko, yung 3 abogado, mas malaki pa yung claim namin dyan sa liquidated damages. Eh, bakit ako magbabayad? Maliwanag kong plunder yan. Eh, hindi ko gagawin yun.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator Jinggoy. Yung sinasabi ninyong pinirmahan na turn over to CAAP, sino yung pumirma nun? Hindi yun sa administrasyon pa ninyo?
Hindi ho. Administration ko yan. Pinapirma ko sila kasi ite-turn over na. Sabi ko kay Mr. Sijonko, pumirma kayo dyan na kaya yung administration and maintenance nung CNS-ATM. Pumirma ho sila. Bakit sila pumirma? Inirekomenda ho ni Mr. Tamayo. Ito ho yung pirma niya.
Okay. All right, now that's clear. Thank you, Senator
Madam
Jinggoy.
Chairwoman,
Thank you.
can I have a, sorry? Can
With the
With the permission of Senator
the chair, may I
Jinggoy.
surrender this
Yes,
document
please
as part of
furnish
our
the
submission?
committee a copy. We appreciate it.
May sasabihin.
Senator Villar.
I'd just like to say something because point of information, because I've also had experience with foreign loans. And what Sec Art said is correct, that when there is a foreign funded project, they are very strict about the requirements. You cannot simply take the money and use it for another project. That's impossible. So I hope this puts that issue to rest. And also, no secretary has the power to realign funds within his department. As you know, it is our mandate to implement what is in the GAA, which is a law. So this idea that Secretary Tugade would divert funds from one project to another is simply impossible. And from my experience serving in the executive, I just like to support that fact. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Senator Villar. You have 19 more seconds, Senator Jinggoy.
Parang bitin na. Anyway, going back to thank you very much for the explanation, Secretary Tugade, and I believe in you.
Maraming salamat po.
I trust you, and you have my full trust and confidence. Anyway,
Thank you very
Captain,
much, sir.
Tamayo, meron bang pangyayari na bago nangyari itong January 1 glitch? Meron ba nangyari na power outage before?
None, Your Honor, to the Chair.
None.
This is the first time it happened.
Sigurado ka nan.
Sa CNS ATM po.
And no September of 2022, nagkaroon ng power outage sa Terminal 3. Am I correct?
That is Terminal 3, sir.
Yes, Terminal 3.
That's correct, sir. That's the airport.
Bakit sinabi mo wala?
I'm only referring to the CNS ATM, sir.
No, whatever. Power outage pa rin yun.
Okay, yes, sir.
What did you do there? Nagkaroon na ng president, whatever, na nagkaroon na ng power outage noong September sa NAIA Terminal 3. What actions have you taken to prevent similar recurrence? Bakit nangyari ulit ito? Hindi ba kayo nadala na nagkaroon na tayo ng power outage noong September last year?
Through the Chair, Your Honor, may I request the GM of NAIA to explain this?
Mr. Chong, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, yes, Your Honor, yes, there was an outage at NAIA Terminal 3. It lasted for about 6 hours. Actually, ma'am, the standby generator was able to power up naman po. It's just that there were some critical mission items that were not connected to the standby generator. And that was the immigration connection po. That's why there were some queues. But what happened, ma'am, there were only about 20 flights that were affected. And actually, na-restore naman po siya after a few hours. And there was no outage that happened after.
So did you learn your lesson there? You have the contingencies in place already, na-connect na ninyo yung immigration.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Jinko, if you need an extension, one
Wala
more
na akong
minute.
oras. Just, bibigyan ko na iba.
What a gentleman. Okay, ipagpapatuloy the next round. The next is the good one, Senator, the Vice Chair. No, di ba sabi niya, the better one yung isa, di ba? Kasi so, the good one naman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Anyway, I'll just be centering on 3 points. One is the safety protocols, what our CAP personnel did, and also the air traffic management system. And last but not the least will be on the issue of national defense. So first, probably the CAP can answer with regards to the safety protocols. So, sa ating Director General, who was the incident commander during the time that the power outage happened? Was there an incident commander?
The head technician or manager of the CNS ATM is with us. He is Engineer Arnold Balucatin, and he is the one supervising the maintenance and repairs of
No, my concern is we will go to the equipment later.
Yes, sir.
My concern will be on the safety protocols. I'd like to know who was the incident commander and whether, because this happened during the peak season, and as we know that agencies that are very vital sa atin po ang ating pag po lahat nag-holiday, tayo po walang holiday. Does CAAP do you still grant leave during the peak season o hindi, wala, cancel ang lahat ng leave during the peak season?
Wala pong leave, Your Honor.
So that means
By
during
policy.
the incident, during the New Year's Day incident, lahat po ng CAP officials were present and walang naka-leave.
That's correct, sir. I was there right away as well.
Well, that is good to hear, to our Director General. So who was the incident commander doon po sa air traffic control?
As I mentioned, si Arnold Balucatin, who is the head of the ANS.
And is he present?
He is present.
Can we ask him to take the floor?
Arnold. Also, sir, at the time, Miss Marlene Singson, who is the head of the air traffic service, was also present at the time.
Sige po, is he present? Pwede bang ano? Ay ma'am, sige po, can you please narrate to the committee what were the first protocols, were the safety and protocols followed, strictly followed?
Through the chair. So I would just want to clarify, do I need to take a note because I was not among those who took the oath earlier?
Si Comsec, andiyan pa si Comsec. Can you please administer the oath?
Ma'am, please, resource persons, please raise your right hand. Please repeat after me. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this committee hearing?
I do.
For the record, Mr. Chair, the resource persons answered the affirmative. Hello.
Sorry for the glitch. Anyway, ma'am, again, please narrate. You were in charge. You were the system. You were the incident commander during the time.
Through the chair, during the outage, sir, being the chief of air traffic service, yes, I took responsibility and accountability for the provision of safe and orderly air traffic service po throughout the Philippines. And on that particular day, as the commander for the air traffic service, as the chief, we have immediately implemented the contingency plans that we have. Actually, sir, prior to this, well-placed po ang contingency plan ng air traffic service. We cover certain emergencies, including the big one. So with that, sir, nakasynchronize na po yung actions to be taken for situations like this.
Ma'am, ang napansin ko lang po, yung nota mo, yung notice to airmen, were only issued at 10:41 a.m. What time was the system failure? What time, did it happen? Around 9 o'clock, 9:30. So how come it took a while for the NOTAMs to be issued?
Actually, sir, the blackout of the screens, the radar screens that we had happened at 9:49. The NOTAM was issued. Ang situation, or rather the protocol that we have in the issuance of the NOTAM, we do not immediately issue a NOTAM. A NOTAM should cover a certain period of time po. We initially issue advisory, sir. But if the situation would reach an hour or two, then we issue the notice to airmen, sir. And the usual channel we used in the issuance of the NOTAM was included in the ATMC. So we resorted to the backup plan that we have for the contingency plan using another server, another system we call CADAS.
So yung pong backup that we've been hearing, it did not work, hindi po gumana yung backup natin for the ATS.
Actually po, we do not have an independent backup system for the CNS ATM. We have one CNS ATM, sir.
That is correct, because I'll go to that later on, Madam Chair, to my second round. We had talked about the redundancy. So doon po you follow the safety and contingency protocols, but I'd just like to know are we prepared for the worst case scenario, sa mga ganito, just in case the worst happens, just like this one, that the whole system broke down, na nawala yung system. Meron ba training? How often? Does the air traffic management officers, the dating mga ATCs, are we prepared for such a scenario?
Through the chair, the basic training we also include in the syllabus is the training for contingency plans, for training in the specific facility where the air traffic management officers are deployed, have the respective training for rating, and this also includes contingency plans, sir. That's the reason why we were able, despite the fact that the ATMC is down and out, we were able to safely guide and control aircraft to land in several airports in the Philippines.
Because Madam Chair, if you allow me just like to finish this, there was also information from one that when kasama puro sa CNS, that's communication, navigation, and surveillance. So also the communication system of the whole aerodrome was out, nawala po sila. Even yung nag-take off po, yung huling nag-take off, pinaswitch sila doon sa approach, communication, wala na po daw. So, tama po ba nangyari ito?
Through the chair, actually, sir, within the Air Traffic Management Center, we have the entire en route area control center. We have 6 surveillance approach facilities inside also the ATMC. And the first the first step in the contingency plan that we have is to communicate with the nearest air traffic service. So we did that one, sir. We called by phone because all the lines are out. We used the mobile phones, and we found out the Manila Control Tower is still up and about. That's the reason we immediately sent 3 approach controllers and 3 en route controllers to handle the traffic within the terminal movement area, the TMA, which is about 70 nautical miles from the airport reference point. And for the en route controllers, they handle the traffic outside of the 70 nautical miles, sir. And we even transferred the traffic to Bacolod. That's the reason we have 2 arrivals in Iloilo and Bacolod. We have traffic in Mactan. One of the things that we did during this pandemic was to have the proficiency training of air traffic controllers nationwide, sir. That's the reason we were able to revalidate and easily implement the contingency plans that we have. Thank you, sir.
So after the whole air traffic management system already was shut down, we reverted back to our conventional. That is, you made use of the air traffic control, which used yung conventional VHF radio. Am I correct?
VHF radio.
VHF
po.
radio.
Yes.
So the whole time that the CNS was out, we reverted back to conventional. That probably yung sa that prevented a disaster or a catastrophe. I'd like to, Madam Chair, I'd like to commend our air traffic controllers who were present. That para kang bulag nun eh. You know, at this day and present age, Madam Chair, if the CNS conks out, napakahirap nun, hindi alam. All the pilots, all the aircraft in the aerospace, in the aerodrome, do not know where the others are. Tama po? Tama po, di ba?
Yes po, sir.
So, you reverted back to conventional and like ano tayo, no? We relied on the communication and at the same time yung tawag nun, yung conventional communication. So pinatakbo nyo po yung mga air traffic controllers that are assigned doon sa approach and sila po ang nag-control sa ATC. How long is that? Gaano kalayo? Kasi malayo yung center to the air traffic control tower.
Actually, the ATMC po is located within the compound of the CAAP, and Manila Tower po is located within the Terminal 2 complex. So, using their personal motorcycles, it only took them a few minutes to reach Manila Control Tower, sir. And by the time they have reached Manila Control Tower, the tunable radios were already adjusted to the frequency that they will be using. And we have already given released blind transmission for aircraft within this particular airspace to contact 119.3. For traffic on 118.3, which the frequency used by Manila Tower, we have sequenced them to land using procedural conventional po. The same is true with the traffic within the 70 nautical miles. I would just want to point out, sir, that because we do not have visibility because of the outage of the radar scopes, the SSR, ang ibig pong sabihin ng conventional, procedural, mas malalayo po ang separation ng mga aircraft to ensure that there will be a safe operations po. Thank you, sir.
So that means that most of the aircraft airborne had to mag-switch tayo sa VOR, no? Sa VOR, that yun yung ang nag-guide sa lahat ng ating po mga existing or arriving aircraft.
Sir, actually po, we have communications with the aircraft, with the pilots. So the clearances that we have given them, yun po yung nag-guide sa kanilang papunta sa mga airports, sir. And using also our personal mobile phones, we were able to get in touch with our counterparts outside of the Philippines, like Hong Kong, Singapore, Ujong Pandang, and all the other FIRs adjacent to us to advise them that we are having a trouble with our system and that to hold flights going to Manila or accommodate flights that are already within the range. So, ganun po yung aming contingency talaga po. And right now, sir, because of the certain things that we have discovered during this incident, we are beefing up the contingency plan that we have, and we have several meetings in order to revise our emergency response plan. Thank you po.
Kayo na.
Okay. Mukhang na tayo rin kailangan magpa-maintenance check. So, importante talaga na regularly check. Now, I'd like to thank, well, of course, our air traffic controllers, the unsung heroes behind this, and all the behind the scenes that they had to go through riding a motorcycle to reach another location. And this also calls into mind the importance of keeping good people at work in the air traffic control towers. And we are experiencing apparently a brain drain because yung sweldo po nila napakababa ikumpara sa ibang bansa. Kaya nga dito sa CAAP improvement, the proposed bill, one of the provisions I think is to remove air traffic controllers and the ones that have to do technical work away from the salary standardization law so that their compensation can be competitive. Hindi sila nakapako dun sa regular na government salaries. I would like to acknowledge, I guess, the majority leader who requested and our pro temp so graciously agreed that he be allowed to speak first. No, not the majority leader. I'm sorry. Is it the Senate President who asked? Oh, okay. Okay, I guess not. Then our pro temp is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay. On third try. Gusto ko lang po basahin ng ilang parte ng report po nyo kay Senator Po para po maliwanagan ang hindi mga technical, para po maintindihan natin, para maiwasan na mangyari po ng muli. To summarize the timeline, CAAP said that the 2 UPS of the CNS ATM did not shut down, as you've been saying for the past 60 minutes. It was receiving power, it was de-energized, and this is part of a safety feature. Tama ba ho, Captain Tamayo? Para lang pong maliwanag ang ating pinag-uusapan po. Tama po. Okay po. You can nod kung wala pong audio. Ito pong de-energization ay safety feature at sabi po dito, ang flow, ang pagkakamali ay isang faulty signal na sira po yung damaged circuit breaker. Tama pa ho? Okay. Ano po ang ibig sabihin niyan na maayos po yung dalawang UPS? Ayon po sa mga unang report na lumabas na nawalan sila ng power, hindi po power outage, hindi po nanggaling sa anumang power source na nawala, pero circuit breaker po ang damage. Pakipaliwanag po sa amin, ano ang ibig sabihin ng damaged circuit breaker? Bakit po nasira? Ano po yung pagkasira? Sino po ang dapat nagme-maintain ng circuit breaker na yon? At wala ba hong pangalawang circuit breaker? Di ba na-anticipate natin pag may masira, meron pong pangalawa or pangatlo yung tinatawag pong redundancy. My very simple questions, I'm sure Captain Tamayo and all the CAAP and the OTR can answer this para po maliwanag sa mga hindi technical na tao.
Salamat. Captain Tamayo, please. Can we ask the Senate Maintenance to handle this, please?
Yes, our Majority Leader.
I have audio. There must be a working microphone there. Pahiram po nyo kay Captain Tamayo kung ano pong gumagana dyan.
Yes.
Mm-mm. Sabi ni Senator Mark Villar, pag walang maintenance, yan ang nangyayari. Sige. This one is working. Simpleng
Madam Chair.
tanong lang po, Captain Tamayo. Opo.
Madam Chair, I would like to request to display the one-line diagram to give more clarification in my explanation.
My simple question, sir, was there was a flawed or a damaged circuit breaker. Pag sinami po natin yung salitang damage, very general. Ano po ang ibig sabihin damage? Ano yung pagkasira? Ito ba'y bago, luma? Ito ba'y mine-maintain? Wala bang backup na circuit breaker dapat? Backup 1, 2, 3 for redundancy. Pero sige, pwede pong may letrato po. Gusto lang po namin marinig.
Apa,
Sir.
sige. Okay, ano pa? Okay. Yung one-line diagram, please. One-line diagram. Okay. Ito po yung ano natin, power one-line diagram po ng power supply natin sa CNS ATM building. Kung kanina po sinabi po ng ating Director General na mayroon pong commercial input galing po sa Meralco at mayroon din pong generator as backup po. Doon pong nangyari po yung incident, nung dumating kami sa site, ang initial findings po namin, wala pong output yung UPS. So ang ginawa po namin ay nag-conduct kami ng troubleshooting. We follow the protocol of troubleshooting until such a time na nagkaroon po ang output ng UPS. Alas 12 po ng tanghali nung nagkaroon po kami ng output ng UPS. So, nung mayroon pong output na po yung UPS, yung mga tao namin sa kabilang building, dito po sa Air Traffic Management Building, nagsimula na po yung startup procedure na sinasabi. Unti-unti na pong inon yung mga circuit breaker. Tapos until such time na mayroon pong isang circuit breaker sa mga equipment na nung inon nila, mayroon po yung mga may nag-spark at may nangamoy. So ang ginawa po nila, pinatay nila ulit yung pong isang sirkito. Kung nakikita po sa diagram po, yung pong kulay pula. Yan. Pero yung pong mayroong mga red na tatlo, diretso po yun. Mayroon na pong kuryente yon. At yun po nagsimula yung na-operate po namin yung equipment na Tagaytay facility base. So at 12 o'clock, mayroon na pong kuryente yung ibang equipment. Ngayon po, ito po ngayon, mayroong sirang circuit breaker, dito po kami nag-focus. Dito po namin nalaman na yung pong isang circuit breaker ay nasira. So, tulad po in-explain po kanina ng aming Director General, yung circuit breaker po ay mayroong 4 po na line. So, mayroon yung line 1, line 2, line 3, yung po yung mga between them, mayroong 380 volts, at saka between neutral, at saka yung isang line is 220 volts. Pero pagdating po sa baba, doon po sa output, yung isang pasi po ay naging 380. So So para ma-determine pa namin yung ma-validate namin yung nakita naming problema na yon, enough namin yung input voltage doon, tapos nag-conduct po kami ng continuity test. At nalaman po namin ngayon na yung input at saka output po ng pangatlong linya, yung L3, ay open. Tapos po yung neutral, open din po. So, tapos yun po yung tapos nasukat po namin na 380 volts yung sinusupply po nung linyang yon. So, diyan po kami ngayon nag-decide na i-bypass po yung circuit breaker, yung dalawang line po. Kasi kailangan po namin ma-provide yung kuryente para sa mga equipment na nakakonekta doon. So, ulitin ko po, alas 12 po, mayroon na pong kuryente yung isang sirkito. Kaya lang po, ang pinoprovide po na kuryente, ang mga equipment na mayroong kuryente, ay yung mga Tagaytay base at iba.
Salamat po. Maliwanag po na sabi nyo nasira ang isang circuit breaker. Tapos sinabi po nyo nag-oversupply, kaya po nasira. Correct? That's your explanation of the damage. Was there no voltage regulator to control the influx of the power? And my question earlier was, wala pa po tayong substitute, pangalawa, pangatlong circuit breaker para kung isa yung nasira, meron kaagad na pwedeng gamitin para may continuity po yung enerhiya.
Madam Chair, yung pong UPS po ay isang function po niya yun ay to voltage regulator. Ibig sabihin po yung lumalabas po doon sa UPS ay maayos na po yung malinis na po yung kuryente na lumalabas sa UPS. At na-measure din po namin dito sa input ng circuit breaker na tama po yung mga voltahe. Kaya lang paglabas po ng circuit breaker, yung pong isang pasi po, 380 volts po ang nasukat namin.
Simple po, ano po ang kadahilanan noon at paano natin masusuri, how can we be assured that this 380 surge in that particular circuit breaker will not happen again? What is the contingency? That's why a non-technical person like myself wants to understand it. If the UPS were both receiving power, it was not a power outage. It was a circuit breaker. And that circuit breaker received more power than it actually had to receive, which is 380. How do we assure that there's no upsurge of power again? And what is a contingency measure that must be done so this does not occur? That's my simple question, sir.
Your Honor, what we have done is to replace the circuit breaker. Na pinalitan po namin ng maayos ng circuit breaker. Ang nangyari po kasi nung nagkaroon ng 380 volts, mayroon pang nasirang mga equipment dito sa downstream. So yun po yung nagprolong po ng outage.
Paano po natin maiiwasan na masira ng muli ang circuit breaker na hindi po magkakaroon ng oversupply na nakakaapekto po sa iba dahil pong masyadong sumobra? Hindi ba po voltage regulator ang tawag dun? Hindi ako technical, pero sa bahay, di ba, may circuit breaker, may voltage regulator, di ba ho? Tama po. Gusto ko lang po maintindihan, paano natin maiiwasan pong mangyari ng muli? Yun lang po ang ating assurance na gustong marinig.
Yung UPS po, sabi ko nga kanina po, mayroon pong regulator. So yung pong ang kwan po is yung piniperform po namin yung recommended practices ng pag-maintain po ng equipment. Ngayon po, lumabas po yung incident. So siguro ang gagawin po namin is i-double time po yung pag-check namin ng mga circuit breaker para ma-anticipate po namin yung mga possible na mangyari po.
who is responsible for maintaining the circuit breakers? Which company is, which supplier provided it, and which company is maintaining it, and when was it last maintained? Sir.
Your Honor, yung pong circuit breaker po ang nagmi-maintain po ay yung mga ENS personnel po na under po sa akin. Yung mga pag-check po ay ginagawa po nila. Nagmi-measure po sila ng mga voltahe at tinitignan nila kung properly working yung mga circuit breaker. Ang manufacturer po niyan is LS Electric, Korean made po yan. Yung mga equipment po niyan, ang lifespan po niyan ay 20 to 30 years at saka ang trip cycle po niyan ay nasa 20,000 trip cycle. Ibig sabihin po pag nag-trip, iyon mo, bibilangin po yon mga 20,000 po yung manufacturer's data po. So napakaliit po yung parang required maintenance po dyan sa circuit breaker na yan.
With the indulgence of our Senate President Pro Tempore, engineer, tanong ko lang, kaya nga circuit breaker yan, pag may surge siya pumasok, mag-disengage so as not to damage the system. So bakit merong ganung lumabas na 320 volts? Dapat pag nag-trip yan, 380 to protect the system, di ba? Kaya nga walang hindi naman yan fuse eh. So circuit breaker, pagka nag-trip, pag normal na yung pagpasok ng kuryente, pwede nyo nang i-switch back. So ano po nangyari?
Your Honor, yun po yung isang question mark po sa amin na hindi namin maintindihan. Kaya ang request po namin is i-conduct po ng under forensic examination yung circuit breaker.
Yung sagot po, malakas ang boses ko. Yung sagot po sa katanungan kung bakit po nag-surge ng 380 sa circuit breaker ay hindi po Senate Legislative ang sagot po niyan. Sa technical po sa inyo, siguro po ay yan ang importanteng malaman po natin at ano pang mga aberya ang maaring mangyari at ano ang contingency measures. Nakakapagtaka po dahil sa rekomendasyon po dito ay nakalagay na merong number 18 po, emergency procurement of equipment. Nakalagay po that CAP initiated the emergency procurement of 2 additional UPS, including a 5-year parts and service warranty. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir. Kung hindi po sira yung UPS and there was no power outage and it was a glitch on a damaged circuit breaker of which we do not know the cause, why are we purchasing a UPS unless that is part of the system and we need to purchase that? Kindly educate us and clarify us whether this emergency procurement will cure that issue of the circuit breaker, sir. Thank you.
Through the chair, ma'am. The plan to purchase this UPS was done because of that initial emergency that occurred. So also, we invited the manufacturer to evaluate circuit breakers and tell us what the conditions are. Kasi they can use a computer to diagnose and to download whatever data that they need to download to find out what is its condition. So, ang nangyari during the time that we met with them, they informed us that we asked them, ano pang lifespan ng circuit breaker na ganyan? UPS na ganyan. Ang sabi sa amin, on the average, ano na yan it should be, because it's so critical equipment, usually about 7 years, we have to replace it. But then they said, their products can last up to 10 years. So, yung decision ho na yun is based on something that is preventive because the UPS that we have are just about 7 years already. At the same time, nung diniagnose ho nila, although one of it was perfectly okay, yet, yung isa ho, sira yung fan motor. So, hindi ho namin ginagamit yan kasi kailangan palitan. Now, so that is the reason how it's more of preventive now.
So the issue of the emergency procurement of the two uninterrupted power supply system, the UPS, is not the answer to the circuit breaker question mark on how there was a surge of 380 that destroyed the other equipment. Ibang problema po. Dalawa po ang ating UPS. Sinabi po dito sa inyong report, hindi po sira in terms of power, hindi po nawala ng power, pero ang circuit breaker, isa sa inyong letrato ay nasira, pero hindi pa nyo alam po technically yung dahilan, kaya po magfo-forensic po kayo. Para lang maliwanag po sa ating kaisipan. Tama ba ho ang aking pag-intindi?
That's correct na.
Okay. So, the emergency procurement is not the answer to the NAIA glitch of January 1, but it is a preventive measure from a possible UPS breakdown. And in this case, there was no problem with the power in the UPS, but it is this question of the circuit breaker. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct na.
Okay, I understand it clearly now, but the question mark is, whoever can tell us the reason for the circuit breaker issue and what else do we need to do to make sure the circuit breaker is not damaged in the future. And then, last question, ano ba ho ang mga aberya na maari pang mangyari na ganito gawin nyo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ano pa ang contingency measures para hindi po mangyari yan? So aside from the UPS, preventive measure, question mark on the circuit breaker, inaamin nyo, mas magbuting mag-amin na kaysa mag-imbento tayo ng sagot, hindi pa natin alam kung bakit nag-surge ng sobra yung kuryente, ano ba ho? What else can go wrong? And what equipment needs to be done or what maintenance needs to be done? Which brings me to my last question on the paper read by former Secretary Tugade, that the maintenance is now in-house. Is that, do you recommend that? Or do you recommend that those who supplied, there should be a third-party maintenance? After my questions are answered, I thank you, sir, for finding time, and we would be happy to receive all the answers. Thank you. Isagot po.
So, regarding the last question on having a service provider, an outsider, to help us maintain or to provide oversight as far as the maintenance is concerned, we totally agree with you as far as that is concerned. While it is true that our technicians are qualified, experienced, and fully trained, iba pa rin ho yung merong tumitingin from the outside. And that is why we were negotiating with Thales to help us out in providing this particular oversight, since mahirap po yung yung CNS ATM. It's only the OEM, original equipment manufacturer, who can really advise us on what to do. Now, through the chairman, that was discussed earlier, even by the good Secretary Tugade, that we tried negotiating with the supplier, and they are here, and they are aware about that we wanted a service contract with them. In fact, they sent us a quotation and the scope of the coverage. Am I right? That was in 2020, if I'm not mistaken. So we had a budget for that. specifically for that. And unfortunately, we still had the OTR and the supplier had and the contractor had still issues on claims and counterclaims. But this is being resolved right now.
It was a 2020 discussion on maintenance of the equipment. And it's 2023 January. 2 years have lapsed and we're still negotiating. In the meantime, sir, the lives of people are at stake. I'm not saying that those maintaining from inside do not know what they're doing, but as you yourself, sir, asserted, it is better that the supplier does their own maintenance. So, can we, if we may suggest, wag po natin pabayaan na yung mga supplier ay hindi po accountable sa kanilang sinusupply po sa atin at hindi siguro tama ang gobyerno 2 taon, panahon pa ni Secretary Tugade. Sec Tugade, ba't yung pinabayaan po to 2020 and Sec Bautista, both my friends, mula po noong July 1 hanggang ngayon ay nag-uusap patungkol sa terms. That's very, very important. Yeah. In the meantime, the question of what happened to the circuit breaker still has not been answered, but I leave it to your better judgment later on after you've done your own scientific technical investigation. Ano po ang talagang kadahilanan? Thank you. So, when will you renew or when will you have the suppliers maintain all your equipment, sir?
As soon as possible, ma'am. We
Oo nga. Ayan.
Chair. Our Majority Leader. Yes, I am giving way to, of course, our Senate President Pro Tem. I will wait for my turn, Mr. President. Propound on those questions, Madam Chair, if I may. Yeah. The problem is, we
Can
can't
we,
hear you, Madam.
Can I ask for a minute suspension for the technical people to restart our system? Nagka-glitch din po tayo, so kailangan daw i-restart. Just a minute.
Technical.
Questions. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our Senate President, Senator Mig Zubiri, and he will be the next because he has another commitment after this. May we ask our resource persons to please take your seats? Our Senate President will be fielding his questions, but before I acknowledge, I recognize the Senate President, I'd like to remind our colleagues here that there are other areas to touch on. Aside from what caused the failure, what is the real failure, who are responsible, we also need to know if this could possibly be a security issue, a national security issue, a threat. We just have to have that on record from the NICA as well as from the National Security Advisor. And also, we need to look forward to a possible privatization of the airport and maybe also the air traffic control, which is done in other countries like Canada, for as long as the board is composed of different stakeholders as well as the government to ensure that our airspace is safe from an attack, so or that our national security isn't compromised. Okay, now I'd like to recognize Senate President Mig Subiri.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairperson Grace Poe. Thank you very much to my dear colleagues. Mine will just be, we will just be making a quick statement. And basically, of course, we will discuss and await the explanation of the other CAP officials. To our members of the DOTR that are there today, pleasant good afternoon. Hopefully, I'll be able to join you, Madam Chair, a little bit later. I just got back from a very important, another important meeting, but I'll be able to pass by the Senate later in the afternoon. But my question, Madam Chair, is very simple. It's I just can't fathom the idea that our CNS ATM, our navigation system for all our flights would conk out, especially in such a important time as January 1, where it is in the peak of the holiday season. I can't seem to believe the fact that the system conked out on its own. And as I mentioned in many interviews, could be three possible scenarios. One was really incompetence of our personnel at that particular point in time, maybe the outdated equipment, and probably the third would be sabotage. We'd like to pursue these three, of course, topics during the line of questioning today. And I even mentioned, Your Honor, to you when we met over dinner last night to discuss this hearing. I mentioned that it should be treated like a forensic investigation. So may I make a suggestion to our committee members that are present now, if they can lay the timeline. And when I say lay the timeline, from the day this thing had happened, all the way to the repair of the machinery and equipment. For example, we'd like to know, and we'd like to ask CAP, Madam Chair, if they can submit to us the CCTV footage. I hope that there are CCTV footage. Can we confirm, Madam Chair, to the CAP through Director General Tamayo that these particular areas have CCTV footages? And are they online?
Captain
or on time?
Tamayo, you are recognized. Please answer the question of our Senate President.
Madam Chair, unfortunately, we don't have any CCTV coverage inside the equipment room, but in other areas of the facility we have.
Are you trying to tell me, Director General, that in the most sensitive portion of the functions and navigational equipment of our country, which is the CNS ATM room, we have no CCTV. So you cannot tell if somebody actually went inside it and sabotaged it.
That's correct, sir. We have implemented very strict security protocols as far as the CNS ATM is concerned, and more specifically the ATMC building. Not just anybody can enter. In fact, you need a special ID or key just to be able to have access, aside from having 24/7 security at all times. Now,
yes, Director General, I have a very short time. What you're trying to tell me is the security checks and clearances are done in the entrance of the building. And what you're telling me is the security checks are done in the entrance of the building. So what about the secured facilities, the very sensitive and highly, I'd say, of course, guarded facilities like this navigational system? So what you're telling me, pag nakapasok na yung tao, hindi niya na monitor kung saan pumapasok yung tao sa loob ng building niyo. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. But in some areas, we do have CCTVs. Unfortunately, wala ko dun sa ano. Oo.
Alam mo,
Because before you're able to enter this particular equipment room, kailangan ho natin ng RFID just to be able to access.
so you know, we can place in your timeline these personnel who were there prior to the breakdown of the equipment. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. We have the list of personnel on duty. We have logs of everything that happened inside.
Unfortunately, you have the logs of what happened, but nothing compares to a CCTV footage. Is that correct, Director General?
That's correct, sir.
So, at least now we realized in today's hearing that a very sensitive portion of your facility has no CCTV footage or coverage. I mean, I was showing Senator Grace Poe last night and Senator Lauren Legarda in my home in Cagayan de Oro. I have CCTV footage for my whole house. So, I mean, it's not that difficult to put CCTV cameras, Your Honors. You have billions of pesos of equipment in these facilities, and yet you don't have CCTV footage in these sensitive areas. Because, yes, you may have qualified people, General. You may have qualified people to look at these facilities, well-trained, but, you know, it could also be negligence on their part. They go in there, they make a mistake on what they connect, and you will never know because it is their word against yours. It is their word against yours kasi walang CCTV footage. I just cannot believe that there's no CCTV footage in that highly sensitive area. Well, that's an eye-opener for me, Your Honors. So, it's safe to say that you can only rely on the logs of those personnel that had gone into these facilities at that particular time. Is that correct, DG?
That's correct, sir. And not just anybody is allowed. Only those authorized to enter the equipment room have access.
No, that's correct, Your Honor, Director General. You're absolutely correct. But what if that fellow made a mistake? What if that fellow plugged us? That's the Marites, no? Yan yung umiikot na Marites all over social media and what's been reaching to us, that there was a mistake in the plugging of a particular equipment from 220 to 380 voltage. Obviously, that's human error. If that's human error, as I said, head should roll. In this case, somebody should get punished, or at least a case should be filed against him for negligence. Pero, kaya nga sabi ko, paano natin masasabi yun kung hindi natin nakita? Di ba? So yan ang napaka-importante. This is just a simple system of security. And I see that we have a lack of security, particularly in these highly sensitive areas. You know, Director General, I had a chance to go to a nuclear power facility in France, and Senator JV was there with me. He's there now in plenary. We had to go through 4 different systems check. As a matter of fact, yung executive assistant ko hindi nakapasok kasi mali yung pangalan na middle initial na nilagay niya sa ID that we had to get when we enter the facility. And he was not able to enter the facility even if we were on official mission. They were that strict when it comes to protocols on security. Every corner of the facility had CCTV systems. Every corner. There's not one blind spot in that facility. Now, again, there's national security concerns here. Kami ni Senator Bato de la Rosa, who just went online, we feel that we need to protect this system at all costs from any forms of sabotage and or even incompetence, because as I can see, it looks like the maintenance is or the lack of maintenance of these facilities is the cause for this particular outage. Now, my second question: can we now, Your Honors, Director General, come up with a timeline, minute-to-minute report on what had transpired, so we can tell if it was the equipment that was faulty, if it was human error, or a combination of both? Can we do that, Director General?
We shall comply, sir. We will provide that.
Okay, going back to the maintenance and equipment, and I will wrap up in a bit because I'll be heading there later. Director General, is it true that Thales and Sumitomo were in charge of, was it Sumitomo? Thales and Mitsui ba yun? Or Sumitomo?
Sumitomo.
Okay. It was Thales, was a French company, and Sumitomo, Japanese company, doing the maintenance for the first 2 years upon its initial delivery on 2018 or switch on in 2018 to 2020. Is that correct, Your Honor?
3 years, sir. 3 years they were with us.
3
From
years.
2017 to 2020.
And they were supposed to continue with the maintenance of these equipment, or was it supposed to be transferred to you guys, like a technology transfer to the CAAP?
It was, through the chair, it was technology transfer, sir. So our personnel, our technicians were trained, and they took over maintenance after the expiry of the warranty in 2020.
So the initial contract was for them to maintain only until 2020. Is that correct, DG?
That's correct, sir.
Because what the information that I had gotten last night, and the good chair was with me last night in the house of the ambassador, French ambassador to France, is that they were supposed to be maintaining the equipment, but they were failed. We failed to pay them. Hindi po natin nabayaran sila. Totoo bang may utang po tayong 1 billion sa kanila?
There are existing claims, Your Honor, and it's still under negotiation up to now. I think both parties are here, and they were negotiating up to last night to be able to settle these claims as soon as possible, sir.
So we want to find out and get to the bottom of this issue, Director General, because we want to make sure that baka nagtipid po tayo, hindi na lang natin binayaran at sinabi na lang natin, tayo na lang mag-maintain, kaya natin to. But we all know that this technology is highly technical and it is very, I would say, tedious or very difficult technology to master. So, who certified? Did we certify our people? Did Thales and Sumitomo certify our people to be able to run the facility?
Through the chair, yes. Our personnel are factory trained, and they were certified. And then, in fact, they're here. We can confirm it with them that they agree that our technicians are indeed proficient.
May I ask, Madam Chair, may I ask Thales or Sumitomo, the representatives that are there today, the question? Can I ask them if indeed their contract expired in 2020 and therefore they had no obligation to maintain the equipment after that, even with an extended contract? Or if we asked for an extended contract?
Before you answer that, I'd like to acknowledge the online presence of Senator De La Rosa, and then also earlier I saw Senator Tolentino present, and now I would like to recognize Sumitomo, Attorney Lim.
Through the chair, maayong hapon, Your Honor. That would be correct after the taking over by the DOTR on the CNS ATM project. The DOTR had their own turnover to CAAP. That's 2017 in October. We had a 1-year defects notification period where we conducted both repair and maintenance of the system. That's until 2018 of October. After that, 2 years extended warranty, that's what we call it, where we provided warranty services. Before the taking over in October 2017, we had proper trainings and operations and maintenance manuals turned over to the CAAP personnel. So while we were implementing the project, although this was a DOTR project, we were already working hand in hand with CAAP people. Because the facility, the CNS ATM, we call it the ATM Center Building, is located within the CAAP compound.
And with that, Mr. Lim, Attorney Lim, mayang hapon. With that, Attorney Lim, you think that our men and women of the CAP were capable enough to run it without the necessary expertise of Sumitomo and Thales?
For the in this particular case, Your Honor, we were talking about the concern in the power system. So that would be a concern. Works of Sumitomo. In general, yes, CAAP personnel are competent enough to to do the regular maintenance, but it would be beneficial if they also have support from third-party suppliers. In this instance, we also provided CAAP a list of all our suppliers for the equipment installed for the CNS ATM, so that should they prefer or decide to have additional support, they can contact them.
Attorney Lim, these are similar, and the CAP personnel are there, and they know they're the ones who actually make sure that airplanes, planes or helicopters get CAP yearly renewal. We all know when you have an airplane or a helicopter, there's the 100-hour maintenance, there's the 1-year inspection of CAP. This equipment, the Thales also and Sumitomo, don't you also have to do the inspection of this equipment to make sure that this equipment is in tip-top shape, or all the systems are properly in place, like a regular scheduled maintenance by the manufacturer?
Through the chair, Your Honor, basically, Sumitomo in this case was more or less like an integrator as the main contractor, and we have different suppliers who have each their respective expertise on the products they sell. So they would be the best entities to do these maintenance and checks. It would also be cheaper for CAAP, for instance, to deal directly with them, since there is no on-top cost. If, for instance, if Sumitomo were to come in again with all these suppliers, definitely there would be on-top cost because we will have our own cost as well.
Yeah, but the question is, did they? So what you're saying is it's necessary to have it maintained. There's necessary maintenance to be done. Now,
It would be very beneficial, yes.
have they followed the maintenance schedule needed?
Since 2020, Your Honor, after the end of the warranty period, we've had no visibility anymore with respect to the operations of CAAP. So it is difficult for us to comment on this one, Your Honor.
Mr.
Okay,
Senate
thank you,
President,
Attorney. Maybe
just
we
an
can ask
interjection.
Madam Chair. Please go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay. When you were still in charge of maintenance, how often would you do an audit or a maintenance check? Was it quarterly, monthly, yearly?
Oh, that would depend on the, Your Honor, it would depend on the equipment. So there is actually in the operations and maintenance manual, there are periodic checks for daily, weekly, monthly for different components.
So merong daily, ha?
There is, so we just follow those list po.
So daily of a third party inspector auditor.
When we were doing the maintenance po, yes po.
That's kind of quite significant number of days. Thank you, Senate President.
So thank you, Madam. Maybe we can ask the Director General. Director General Tamayo, we'd like to now, the committee would now like to ask if you would follow religiously the maintenance schedules that are supposed to be done. And you know this because you're also a pilot. I believe you're also a pilot. You know, planes cannot take off if they do not do the regular 100-hour maintenance. You do not do the CAP inspections, the CAP inspections. So we also have this for this type of equipment. Hindi kasi ito salpak lamang at bahala na si Batman, and then we just make it run for the next 10 years. I think this has to go through regular maintenance checkups, as mentioned by Attorney Lim. Were we religiously doing this?
Through the chair. Yes, sir, we are religiously following the maintenance checks, daily checks, weekly checks, monthly checks. These are all followed. There are protocols that each of the technicians follow by the book as how they were trained before. And even each of this equipment, even if you don't have the checklist, nakapaskil ho doon sa ano doon sa mga cabinets nila on what you have to do. But then, as I said, it is followed and it is logged. If there are any unusual parameters, it is likewise logged.
Oo
So,
nga. Pero Director General, siguro maybe we can ask a copy of this maintenance schedules this last year or so. Maybe we can ask a copy from your office for our investigation to see if the equipment has been properly maintained and has been properly, of course, proper scheduling for maintenance. Could we get a copy of these particular logs and dates of the maintenance? Para we can see for the record.
we have submitted it already.
Okay, thank you.
And we have copies now if you require. Thank you, sir.
It's hundreds of pages. It was submitted last night, so we will have engineers take a look at it. Perhaps a technical working group at the information
can
of
have
our
a
Senate
technical
President.
working
But maybe as an enjoiner, may I ask Director General Tamayo if now you are considering actually getting a third-party maintenance provider? Are you?
Yes, ma'am. We have been negotiating with Thales to get them as our third-party provider as far as maintenance is concerned.
And how much are you going to be paying for that?
We're still negotiating, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
We are still negotiating.
And
with them.
it didn't push through with Sumitomo because of certain charges that you were trying to figure out, right? Go ahead,
Madam
Attorney.
Chair, good afternoon po. The power supply is not with respect to Thales, because Thales is for the equipment and systems. Thank you po, Your Honor. I understand you also invited P2RO, the supplier of the AVR and UPS. They would actually be good entity to provide maintenance for both. For the breakers, you have Fujihaya, supplier of the same, who can do it. Yeah, pa.
Okay, so Sumitomo would be more with the CNS ATM system.
With the building and civil works po as integrator po, more or less, no?
So lahat.
Main contractor, yes. Although, as we have mentioned, our obligation, contractual obligation has ended October 2020, we remain very supportive po to CAAP in whichever way we can
What
help.
was the ongoing negotiation for for 3 years? It's with Sumitomo and CAAP, is that it? DG Tamayo?
It's with Thales, ma'am.
With Thales.
Yes, ma'am.
But why didn't it push through with Thales? Because of, for 3 years, huh?
That's correct, ma'am. They gave us an offer, and with a caveat that we have to settle first.
And how much are we thinking? Because you're compromising, you're putting in jeopardy the safety of the passengers. Okay, so how much are we talking about? Just as a reminder, the CAAP earns between $1 billion to $2 billion plus every year, pre-pandemic. So, I mean, usually if there's an agreement, a loan is needed, then the government can step in. But if it's something with your revolving fund that you can actually afford it, how much are we talking about?
The figures that we have, ma'am, for delay damages, which is for DOTR, claimed by DOTR, it's 644 million pesos.
Okay, so we are owed. You feel, DOTR feels it's entitled to 644 million pesos.
That was the
I
claims
think, Madam
committee.
Chairman, I think that's what they owe Thales. I think is that what you're trying to
Is
say,
that-
Madam Chair, with my permission? Is that what we owe Thales, that you think is what we owe Thales? 600 million?
Mr. Senate President, because we also apparently, we have also certain violations with their contract. That's why they're also charging us. So please clarify, is this something we owe Thales or Thales owes us? The 600 million?
With the permission of the chair.
Yes, you
as
said
a-
Bobby
as a
didn't
summary,
recognize.
Your Honor, thank you, Your Honor. The delay damages that is claimed by DOTR for the delay in the delivery of the system is 644 million plus.
Okay.
So since the other party is a joint venture, this really is integrated claim by the OTR against the contractor. Now, the claim of the contractor, there are three types of claims. The one is suspension claims, and it amounts to 477 million. Now, you can trace this from the time that the original contract was suspended due to the notice of disallowance sometime in 2011, which was only lifted in 2013. So that's what type of claim. The other type of claim is the prolongation claim, again by the contractors, in the amount of 387 million plus. Again, this is a consequence of delays, a combination of delays due to suspension and the implementation of the work, instructions given by DOTR. It's really a lot of factual issues are involved here. And there were efforts on the part of both parties to reconcile these claims. No? And third would be the price escalation claim arising from the delay. As a consequence of the delay of the project, the contractors made a claim of 121 million plus. So the total of that would be 986 million 653 157.81. That would be the claim of the contractors. So what has happened here in the past was a claims resolution committee was organized sometime in 2020. And, there were presentations of the positions of the parties, but ultimately the claims resolution committee denied the claim of the contractors.
Your Honor, Madam Chair, if I may lang, Madam Chair, it's kind of painting a clearer picture that there is a problem between the CAAP and the provider, with the service provider, in this case Thales, which I think is not a good thing to have. It's not good to have this kind of friction between the manufacturer and the operator. Why? Because obviously the manufacturer has certain warranties, and they also provide the services that they know. These are highly technical equipment. These are radar equipments. These are secrets that they cannot just share to other operators. It's like, for example, having a Toyota vehicle, and then awayin mo yung Toyota vehicle, dadali mo sa ibang kasa na gagawin na lang nila. Sila na lang gagawa ng paraan. So, yung maintenance natin these last 3 years, mukhang tayo lang yatang gumawa ng paraan na para ma-maintain itong mga equipment na ito. That's why I want to ask Thales. If Thales is there, I would like to ask them their opinion, particularly on the maintenance of this equipment, Madam Chair. If I may direct my questions to them.
Yes, we have Thales here, but before I ask Thales to respond, we're talking about 3 years of negotiation for 986 million. Now, the information of our Senate President, what happened with the delay is that the former DOTC tried to get another provider, and they've already spent 511 million on that. Eh ngayon, later on, we'd like to know, ano naman nangyari? Parang, it's just there, hindi naman nagamit. In the meantime, our services that we need are not being provided. Can we ask Thales what the possible response is to our Senate President?
So, Madam Chair, the outstanding claims, particularly in the case of the suspension claim, has been outstanding since 2013. So the position for Thales is that we're not willing to enter into a new contract until we have resolved the outstanding claims of the existing contract. I should also add that the support service that we are discussing with CAP relates to the ATMS software. It does not relate to, for example, a UPS support. So it's a slightly different system, different technology to what the incident occurred on the 1st of January.
So in short, you are not willing to provide the service until, of course, the claims are resolved. So why don't we go with Sumitomo? Iba ba yung system?
Your Honor, for the equipment and systems, but we don't have the expertise of that one.
So
yet.
we really have no choice. We have to resolve this, and I think 3 years is long enough. I don't know if we have
So,
to
Madam
bite
Chair.
the bullet, yeah.
Madam Chair, so who can we get to as a third party provider, Madam Chair? Who can we get as a third party provider to make sure that the systems work? Remember the MRT problem before when it kept breaking down? It used to be run by Sumitomo, and then for some reason I do not know what happened. There were maybe corruption issues, and they stopped. Sumitomo decided not to continue with us, and then now we got them back, and our MRT system is running in tip-top condition. Alam po ni Senator JV yan. Who are we going to get now? Who are the possible third-party providers in terms of maintenance checks to make sure that this does not happen again? Can the CAP answer? Or the DOTR? Madam Chair?
Who can answer? Please identify yourself so the Senate President will hear you.
Madam Chair, I am the head of the engineering of CAAP.
Okay.
What we are doing right now is that we are maintaining the equipment. Our personnel are heavy training, and we can determine the problems whenever there is a problem in the system or the equipment, the critical equipment. Now, whenever we identify the parts, defective parts, then we need to purchase these defective parts from the manufacturer. So previously we have the spare parts supplied under the contract, but now it is already depleted. So we need to we need to pass through a
Yun nga,
procurement.
Madam Chair, no, with permission of the engineer. Engineer, pawalang galang na po. Yan nga ang problema natin ngayon. Yung sinabi mo nga na naubos na yung spare parts ninyo. These are highly important equipment. These are necessary equipment that is needed to fly people in and out of the country. We're playing with lives of people here, no? Hundreds of thousands of lives every day. Kaya nga, napakahalaga yung maintenance ng equipment na ito. Kaya ako hindi naniniwala na on its own, it just count out on its own. I think it is the lack of maintenance, maybe it is the lack of preventive maintenance, maybe the lack of parts, or maybe just the lack of inspection from third-party audits by the manufacturer to be able to make this work. With due respect to the men and women of CAPA, mahal ko kayo, hindi ko kayo inaaway. Ayaw lang po natin mangyari na nangyari po na itong January 1 na buong mundo nakatingin sa atin, walang makalipad na eroplano dito sa ating bansa, and they would show pictures of the of course the maps, no, the sky maps, na talagang walang makakadaan dito sa atin. So that's a big black eye on our record, our track record, that didn't just scare tourism away, but it of course opened up issues on national security. So kaya we have to, I will end, no, Madam Chair, para the others can ask questions. Ang akin lang dyan, Madam Chair, let's dig deeper into the issue, of course, on the maintenance of this equipment, or the lack of maintenance of this equipment, or the lack of equipment, for that matter, as admitted by the engineer, na paubos na po yung kanilang spare parts. And pangalawa, yung security issue, hindi ko po maintindihan na wala pong CCTV doon sa pinakamaselan lugar nitong mga equipment na ito. Na hindi po natin alam na baka may double agent na dyan, hindi natin alam. May isang tao dyan that actually sabotage the equipment. We could never know. Because of course, you will have to believe them hook, line, and sinker from the logs that they had put in. The only way to be able to tell that if there were proper CCTV in that whole facility, we would have been able to nail it. We could see if the system was overheating, if the system was diverted. We could see it all throughout this particular period if it was properly recorded, and we need to do that now. It's unforgivable that we do not have that kind of monitoring surveillance system in that facility, within the most important facility of that CAAP building. I'd like to make that point very clear, Madam Chair. Budget is not an issue. They could have always approached us at any point in time. Alam po ni Yusek Danny Lim yan. Alam po ni Secretary Bautista yan. At any time, we could have helped them with their budget. But we were never alerted. We were never informed. There was never a request on our table. Even just the mere paying of the fines or itong issue nga, claims ng Thales, we could have acted on that as well very easily, Madam Chair. And that boils down again to, I'm sorry to say this, incompetence on our part. Siguro pwede na ito. Ang Pilipino kasi, mahirap kasi, Madam Chair, ang Pilipino, kung pwede na to, okay na to. Pwede na to, kaya na to. It's not that. If you want to reach middle income status economy, if we want to beat Vietnam, we want to beat Singapore and our neighbors, Malaysia, we have to think higher levels of service. We have to think higher levels of service for our people. So yan lamang po, Madam Chair, and maybe on the second round, when I listen to more of the explanations, I'll ask a few more questions. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Thank you to Cap. Thank you as well.
I think the Senate President used up his second round also, but of course you're the Senate President, so what else can I say,
Apologies,
right?
Madam Chair.
I would like to, actually, if there are no senators who will ask anything about the DOF for now, I mean the DOT, kasi kanina pa si Secretary Frasco, but you're a member of the CAB, not the CAAP. But we know that there's an impact in tourism. That's why you were invited. But just a position paper from you, ma'am. What you think, how it impacted tourism that day, and what the airports can do if a situation like this will happen again. So thank you for your time, and I'm sorry you had to wait here this long. Thank you. You're excused, ma'am. Okay, now the next is Senator Hontiveros. Huh? Alis ka ba? Sige. With the permission of, he was earlier but he didn't come down to have his name listed. Kala niya automatic yung log on pagpasok niyo sa ano. So, with your indulgence, ma'am.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But before I ask my first question, let me take this opportunity to join Your Honor and my distinguished colleagues in commending our CAAP employees and other government employees who walked the extra mile during this fiasco in the airport dahil talagang kahanga-hanga yung mga ginawa nilang sakripisyo. Madam Chair, let me first ask my question. When I filed Senate Resolution 390, nag-aral ho kagad tayo, nag-research, nag-study, kaya hindi na bago yung narinig natin kay Senator Jinggoy na hindi po ito nangyari ngayon lang. So yung question natin sa CAAP, bakit po parang hindi nyo alam na nangyari na 2 beses? Binanggit nga po ni Mr. Chong, 22 flights were affected, and doon ho sa PNA, Mr. Chong, 31 flights yung report ng PNA. So, hindi nyo ba talaga alam ito? Did you conduct a risk assessment after this?
Mr. Chair.
It's for Kaap, yes. I'm just informing you, sir, that the PNA says it's 1 flights.
To the chair, to answer the question, the CNS ATM is under CAAP, and the incident last September, that's Terminal 3, it is under MIAA. So magkaiba
If I may, Madam Chair, if I may, sir, and I hope I don't hit because the time is running every time I have to correct somebody of what he or she is saying. Your Kaap, sir, 31 flights, hindi nakalipad, naapektuhan. Sasabihin natin, baliwala yun? And did not happen just once. Twice po ito nangyari, bago nangyari itong January 1. We have all these documents. We have talked to some people. Again, as I was saying, we study here before we conduct this investigation. So I wanted to find out, during that time, again, and I'm repeating my first question, did you conduct a risk assessment?
To the chair.
You
Yes,
did,
sir. Yes, sir, we did.
you did conduct a risk assessment, but
Yes, sir.
during the beginning of the hearing, you did not say na may nangyari po na ganitong power outage. Can we go to, can we show the flow chart kanina? Pwede? Paki-show niya lang yung presentation ninyo kanina. Yung diagram, just the one diagram. Yan. Alam niyo po, pagka yung binabanggit niyo na reasoning at explanation, binanggit niyo dun sa 3 araw na tulog sa airport, sa nawala ng trabaho, sa hindi nakabalik dun sa ibang bansa, hindi ko tatanggapin eh. Hindi ko tatanggapin. Bakit po? Binanggit niyo po kanina, ang naging problema dun sa pula na yon. Sabi niyo po, at dyan sa flowchart na yan, wala sa UPS yung problema. Yan din yung binanggit niyo doon sa House of Representatives. So ano nangyari dun sa AVR? Hindi ba dapat alam din ng AVR yon? So are you saying na kagaya nung sinabi niyo po, doon sa House of Representatives, the AVR did not warn of anything. Is that correct?
And the function of the AVR is not only to regulate or condition the electric current. Smart AVRs na po ito eh. So if UPS, rather, if there are any malfunctions or any issues like overvoltage na katulad ho nangyari ngayon, it will go on standby mode.
So why do we have AVR there? Hindi ko nasira eh.
Yes, sir.
Sabi niyo, papalitan niyo to. Kung papalitan niyo po yan, hindi naman mas mariregulate kung ano yung papasok na 320 dyan eh. Diba, subali, wala pag pinalitan mo po yan. Kasi hindi niyo nga alam kung ano yung pumapasok na kuryente.
Sir, ma'am, if I may, as I mentioned earlier, even in the schematic diagram, dual voltage po. It's 380 and 220 po yung pumapasok yan. And this is regulated by the AVR. Correction, by the UPS.
Alam niyo, sir,
That is-
nakakawalong correction na po kami and the records will bail me out. Kaya kami nalilito, sir. Pati yung 220 nyo, tsaka 320, nalilito kami. Yung Thales kanina, wala naman sila dun sa power outage, nababanggit nyo rin po. Kaya baka pwede yung pakilinawan lang po. Diyan po yung problema, diyan sa circuit board na sinasabi nyo po, pero hindi nyo nakokontrol yung power. 380 kanyo yung pumasok. Eh di dapat nalaman ng AVR. Kaya ho may AVR, hindi po ba? At yung AVR po, chinek ko sa Shopee tsaka sa Lazada, 10,000 piso lang po yun eh. Hindi ko alam kung yan din yung ginagamit po ninyo. Eh 2.5 billion yung nakukuha yung subsidy from the government.
Arnold. Can I request Arnold Balucatin, the engineer, to reply to that?
Sir, thank you. I think I'm just saying this. I hope you appreciate what I'm doing here. A lot of people were affected because of this. And if we're going to make that kind of explanation, may AVR pala, pero hindi pala gumagana. Yung AVR, pag chinek mo sa Lazada, 10,000 lang. Eh, doon ba depende yung ating buong airport?
Isang circuit breaker, 24 hours bago kayo naging regular sa ninyo, travel. Merong engineer na nagre-raise ng kamay. Baka si engineer Bage, baka mas Baka mas kaya mo.
Maintindihan po namin.
Sir,
gusto.
ilayman muna natin. Yung circuit breaker is the protector of the system. Unfortunately, si circuit breaker yung nasira. Now, dapat po mag-forensic kasi may maraming possibility like arcing sa loob. So, nasira yung mechanism. So, hindi na siya mag-operate as a circuit breaker. So, the only way, dapat may redundancy. Yung may separate circuit breaker din na mag-control o mag-turn off pag nasira yung unang breaker. Now, yung sinasabi yung ABR is the different setting. Nandun sa kabila. So, kiniklaim nila, base sa assessment namin, sir, wala po kaming basihan dahil wala po yung actual plan. Kasi kailangan natin yung actual plan, yung circuit na binabanggit. Kung tama pa ba yung circuit since 2018 up to now. Kasi dapat updated po tayo parati doon. So, yung sabi nila na yung UPS is regulated, meaning tama yung nilalabas. Nung pinakita nila kanina, tama dun sa input, pagdating sa loob, nagka-problema. Maari yung 4 na linya, may nagdikit doon, tumaas ang voltahe.
Okay. Balik po natin yung yung diagram kanina. Sir, ang tanong ko sa inyo, tama ho ba itong diagram? Kasi kung
Hindi
ganyan,
po namin masisabi.
itong diagram.
Sorry po, hindi po namin masasabi kung tama yan kasi we don't know yet the detailed plan, electrical plan doon sa kaap.
Thank you.
Which unfortunately, mukhang hindi nila i-reveal because of the security reason.
That is my point, sir.
Yes, sir.
Because if you show me this diagram and listen to your explanation, sasama ho yung loob ko. Sasama ho yung loob ko. Naramdaman ho nung ilang mga senador po yan. Kaya po, pag nag-show ka ng diagram na ganyan, paliwanag nyo ng maayos. Kasi kung may AVR pala na ganyan, hindi pala na-re-regulate yung electricity,
Mr. Chairman,
wala ho kahit palitan yung...
Mr. Chairman, nare-regulate po nila as they claim. Ang error doon sa parte na may pula. So, pumasok yung voltahe dyan na tama, pero nung lumabas, problema.
So, ang may problema po,
Yung mismong breaker.
hindi po yung UPS.
Hindi po.
Yes.
Kasi nung bumili sila, sabi nung provider, okay yung breaker nyo. Unfortunately, yung pan ang sira. So, papalitan yung pan. Now, ang suggestion dyan is basically balikan yung plano because of the age probably. Baka hindi na update. Tatandaan po natin that every time we need to update as built. Parang sa bahay po yan. Pag bumili kayo ng rep na mas mataas ang rating, so dati yung rep, tingnan nyo yung breaker nyo, baka hindi kaya. So kung may nasirang breaker, maaaring dapat yung susunod ang mag-break para hindi maprotektahan natin yung system. Now, with regards to the provider, baka hindi nila bigay yung inside ng system. So yun ang isang
So,
problem.
Engineer Bagay, ano pong trabaho niyo ngayon?
I'm an electrical engineer. I'm a professional electrical engineer. I'm teaching at TUP Manila.
Baka dapat kunin ka muna nila.
Sorry po.
Para naman may mag-explain ka sa amin dito.
Naintindihan na po namin ngayon. But again, binabanggit ko po itong diagram na to at yung explanation, hindi ko katanggap-tanggap. 1 minute na lang po ako, pasensya na. Yung concerns natin, lagi natin binabanggit at tuwing budget hearing. Alam ni Secretary Togade. JO and contract of service. Tingnan po natin yung CAAP. Yung CAAP nag-increase ng 59.8% ngayon ang kanilang workforce na job order at contract of service. Nag-decrease naman yung kanilang regular employees. Bakit po? At pwede pong malaman yung how many employees ng CAAP involved in activities relating to the ATMC, our contractual or job order? Thank you.
Before that's answered, I would like to thank Secretary Togade for his presence here today. You are excused now, sir.
Ma'am, thank you very much for the opportunity. Bago ho ako magpaalam, may mga pipitawan lang mo sana akong suwestyon na solusyon na pwedeng tignan ng grupo o ng komite.
Okay, with the permission of Senator Joel.
Obsession ko na ho ito nung araw pa. Ang CAAP ho performs two dual function. One is regulatory, the other is operation. Noon pa lagi kong sinasabi, dapat regulatory ka lang. Huwag kang mag-operate ng airport. Iwan mo sa mga pribado yan. Nang sa ganon, meron kang check and balance. Hindi mo malalaman, noon pa ho, inaano ko yan, pero kailangan ho ng legislation ito. Pangalawa ho, sa staff. Tama ho kayo, dapat pangalagaan yung mga nagtatrabaho sa tower at traffic. Meron hong ginawa si Chongko na kung saan itinaas yung antas ng compensation ng mga nasa tower at traffic. Pero hindi ho sufisyente. Kailangan pag-aralan ho yan. Critical ho yan sa seguridad at safety ng sambayanan at ng mga tao. Mahalaga din ho na dapat pabaunan natin ito ng detailed training program na kung saan ma-assure mo yung succession ng tao. Darating ho ang panahon, age will catch up with them. Kailangan merong continuing training dyan. Kailangan ho natin makipag-ugnayan sa mga airlines. Tutulong at tutulong ho sila dyan. Pangatlo ho, pumirma na tayo ng pangalawang service agreement. Maalala nyo ho yung nangyari sa MRT3 na kung saan aberya dito, aberya dyan, lalakad sa release ng tren ng mga tao. Kasi walang service agreement. There was a point in time na yung stock room ng mga parts, wala na. Alam ni Senator JB dyan, zero. Kung aasa lang tayo sa internal, magkakaroon ho tayo ng problema dyan. Kailangan magkaroon tayo ng second service agreement kung kinakailangan. Maalala nyo yung sinabi ni Atty. Lim, merong basket of suppliers sila na nagbibigay ng mga critical parts and critical equipment. Kung wala pa yung service agreement, sinabi naman ni Atty. Lim yan, makipag-ugnayan dyan. Baka mas mura pa yan. Huwag natin gawin yung purchases on our own. Nangyari ho sa MRT noon yan. Sa MRT3, hindi ako nanunumbat. Noon nag-assume kami, nauubos ang spare parts. Alam nyo ba on the record saan binibili yung spare part? Sa ganda.
Sa Raon.
Kailangan ho tayo, may quality of spare parts. Kailangan ho natin yung service agreement. Pangapat ho, yung budget approvals. Nasabi ko kanina, at uulitin ko, GOCC ho yung kaap. Ibig sabihin yan, autonomous yan. Kaya nga yung budget nila hindi nagdadaan dito eh. Pag-aralan nyo ho na kung saan, and I've been advocating for this, meron kang cap kung ano yung dadaan dito. Pag security and safety, kailangan dumaan sa ratification yan. Pag meron kang CAPEX, set a ceiling. Ma-achieve yung ceiling, kailangan pumunta ka ng congressional and Senate approval. Wag ho tayong pumayag na como GOCC yan, absolute yan, full autonomy. Pag-aralan ho natin yan. Panglima ho, and I have been an advocate of this, alam mo ni Senator Joel yan. Pagpipili ka ng head ng management sa ka-attached agencies, kagaya ng CAAP, kung CAAP, bakit kailangan piloto lang ang qualification yan? Kailangan marunong ka mag-manage, marunong ka magbasa ng financial statement, meron kang aspeto ng engineering. Kailangan holistic ang approach dyan. Pag-aralan ho natin yan para sa batas, ilagay ho yung mga qualifications na nandoon.
Nung panahon po ninyo, sino yung CAAP head?
Po?
Nung panahon po ninyo, sino yung CAAP head?
Dati ho, panahon, si Jongko. Pero, yung USEC ho niyan, si Mr. Tamayo. At meron silang chief of staff, si Dan John.
So ano rin siya,
technical na ganyan.
piloto rin po yun.
Chief of,
Ngayon po, yung USEC po ninyo, meron din financial capability? Meron ba kayong ganon?
Ma'am, in Kaap now, we have a CFO already na kinuha namin who is a certified public accountant who takes care of the finances.
Okay. Anyway, I might be digressing. Alam ko naman na
ito po yung mga
Secretary...
bagay-bagay
Opo.
na hinihingi ko na kung pwede silipin.
Okay.
Because as mentioned earlier, we are here not to finger point, but to look for solutions, long-lasting, so that we can avoid this. These are my 2 cents worth, Madam.
Okay,
Again, Madam Chair, members of the committee, maraming salamat po for giving me the opportunity. I hope I have shared. And if there is anything I can do in the interest of the Filipino people and government, I am ready to help. in whatever capacity.
Ah,
Maraming salamat po,
Thank
Madam
you,
Chair.
Secretary Tugade, for rousing you from your retirement, semi-retirement. But it's always good. And it's always good that you are here to help us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Tugade. You have Senator Joel has a pending question. Please answer.
Through the chair. Tama po yun, marami ho kaming JO ngayon kasi kulang po yung plantilis natin. So we are undergoing reorganization po based on a study made by Willis Towers, and we are fast-tracking this para ma-implement ho sana namin fully within the first quarter. And ma-resolve po yung issue natin na kulang na manpower at saka yung, yun na nga ho, as I mentioned, yung plantilla position sa CAHAP.
Second part of the question is, meron po bang JO doon sa
Meron pong JO
doon po sa
sa CNS ATM.
so ayun po, you don't deny this figure, sir. Alam niyo, the entire budget season, I tried to look at the minutes of the hearings. Wala ho ni isa na binanggit tungkol dito sa mga problema na ito. And while the CNS ATM was being set up, did you request yung CAAP variations to update and integrate new aviation technologies that have emerged from the time the CNS ATM project started up to its inauguration in 2018?
That's through the chair. That's correct. Yun hong upgrades as far as the software is concerned, yun ho meron ho kaming nakapending for the past 2 years. Yun ho sana ipupush namin kung if Thales can help us out with this in spite of the issues. And then, in fairness to them, they gave us advance information. Yun ho mga software upgrades natin, kailangan ho sumabay yung hardware. Otherwise, kahit na mag-upgrade ka ng software, hindi rin ho compatible. So,
One last follow-up lang, sir. No? Kasi doon po sa briefing ninyo, in January 1, you stated that the country's CNS ATM, as far as the technology is concerned, is outdated. And compared to Singapore, sabi naman ni DOTR Secretary Bautista that they are 10 years ahead of us. Nung hearing po sa House of Representatives, when you were asked, I mean, I'm not sure if it was Congressman Acop, tinanong po kayo, sabi niya, following the technical glitch that led to the disruption of flights on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, the CAAP admits that the country's air traffic management system is outdated, to which you made mention, no sir. So, ano ba talaga? At gusto lang nating malamang gusto para maliwanagan po yung ating mga kababayan.
to the chair, regarding the term obsolete, no, Your Honor, the CNS ATM is not obsolete. In fact, it is state-of-the-art up to this point. To be accurate, kailangan lang ho natin yung mga upgrades to make it up to standard. And that is what we are trying to do. And we have the budget for that. And sana ho ma-implement namin ka. Yun nga ho yung pinag-usapan ni no less than the Secretary with the provider, if indeed we can move forward as far as the supply requirements are concerned.
Thank you, sir. But would you agree with me that if we have a working maintenance checks, hindi yun nangyari to?
The chances of it happening will definitely be reduced if we have maintenance
Then
checks.
the answer is yes. I think
Yes.
I would consider it as a yes answer. And
Yes, sir. Yes,
that's why maintenance checks matter, sir. I hope and pray that we'll do our part. Again, as I was saying a while ago in my opening remarks, we wanted to find out if this is really an unforeseen event or merely a disaster waiting to happen. Importante ho na magtulungan tayo. Nandito kami para tumulong. And again, binanggit ko kanina, all the time na pinag-usapan ng budget ng DOTR, all the time na pinag-usapan ng CAAP, we've been very supportive. Itong Kongreso, itong Senado. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, dear colleagues. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, our Majority Leader. Next to ask questions is our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, at magandang hapon po muli sa lahat. Balik ako January 1. Sinimula ng ipaliwanag ni Director General Tamayo sa tulong ni Engineer Balucatin at ni Ma'am Singson at ni Engineer Bague. So, subukan ko na lang, Mr. Chair. I-rearrange ko yung mga tanong ko kasi yung iba ay lilinisin ko na lang yung mga follow-up questions ko dun sa mga naitanong na ng mga colleagues ko, Mr. Chair. I have a prior question on, binanggit kanina ni Chair O na walang pera ang CAAP, but I would like to inquire into that a bit more sa mga future hearings na maaaring itawag ng Chair kasi I have information na noong 2018 at 2019, yung mga taon bago ng pandemic, record remittances daw ang CAAP at ang NAIA sa gobyerno. So dapat may pera sa mga dapat nating ginagawa para iwasan na may mangyaring ganitong insidente ulit. And I have a prior question on conflict of interest. Pero babalik ako dun sa original scene, yung pong single line diagram kung pwedeng makita po ulit. Kasi, well, kasi po, Director General, most of the people in this room, kasama na po itong representation, don't have backgrounds in the technical aspects of air traffic control. But nung una, nagmukhang yung mga statements na binigay sa media briefing noong January 1 ay hindi 100% consistent sa report submitted sa komite as of January 9. Medyo na ipaliwanag na iyon. Na nung una, dun sa online press conference, akala nyo cooling blower ng main uninterruptible power supply ang nag-fail pagkatapos maglabas ng warning. Tapos nung report nyo naman sa aming komite, sa pamamagitan ng chair, nakasulat doon na the CAAP's ATMS went down due to an electrical problem. Nung uninterruptible power supply nag-shut down, yung second backup UPS also failed to operate. Pero upon confirmation, ang basa ko dito ay upon further investigation, it was discovered that the UPS de-energized the CNS ATM because it detected a flaw in said system at yung flaw ay faulty signal galing sa damaged circuit breaker. Kaya naisip ko tuloy, kung original scene to, kung yung misteryosong damaged circuit breaker yon, yung mansanas o yung ahas. So ano ba talaga? Let me ask follow-up questions about that. Sino po yung nag-supply at nag-install niyang faulty circuit breaker? Kanina po kasi, Director General, sabi niyo, LSS Electrical ng Korea, pero may binanggit din ng Sumitomo na Fujihaya. It sounds like a Japanese company. Alin po ba talaga ang source nung damaged circuit breaker na yan? Yung pang-apat, yung nakapula sa single line diagram, Chair. Maaring, yes please, Mr. Chair, si Engineer Balucatin.
Brother Chair, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ang manufacturer po ay yung LS Electric na made in Korea.
Okay, sorry, LS lang pala. Hindi LSS na, ano nga ba yung LSS sa
Hindi pa.
musika? Last song syndrome. Ito, last breaker syndrome, Mr. Chair. So, LS Electric, of Korea. Andito po ba sila, Mr. Chair? Is LS Electric among our resource persons? Wala. Ang LS Electric din po ba ang nag-install nitong faulty circuit breaker?
At Brother Chair, ang may kontrata po sa civil work ay ang Sumitomo po.
Ang Sumitomo. All right. So does Attorney Lim, Mr. Chair of Sumitomo, confirm this, that it is Sumitomo that has the contract for maintenance?
Civil work po.
Sorry, for civil works.
Through the chair, Your Honor. So the installation of the LVSG and the breakers are under Sumitomo.
All right.
The supplier for that one is Fujihaya. They supplied both the LVSG cabinet, where you install the breakers, and the breakers, the brand is LS. They also supply this one.
So there were two suppliers, Attorney Lim, not just LS Electric, but Fuji Haya as well.
It's Fuji Haya is the one who's carrying the brand LS.
All right.
Yeah, so they supplied both the cabinets for
Mhm.
the switchgear and the panel boards, as well as the breaker.
Okay, pero kung kunyari sisingilin ng CAAP or sisingilin ng Senado, sino nag-supply ng faulty circuit breaker, hindi pwedeng dalawang kumpanya. Was it Fuji Haya or was it LS Electric?
It's difficult to
Chair.
say that it's the responsibility of the supplier because these breakers have been installed since 2016
Mhm.
and they have been operating smoothly for the past 6-7 years. If I may help po, Your Honor, if you
Briefly, please, because my time is running
sige
also.
po.
Thank you, Attorney
Kaya na
Lim.
po
Please do,
muna.
please do.
With respect
what
to
you
the
share with
single
us
line
will help.
diagram earlier, just for at
Yes.
least says Honorable Villanueva din sana makaintindi. The way the UPS is designed is that although there are two of them, they communicate with each other.
Mm.
If it's a fault that is detected, which is what happened in this case, there was a breaker issue. So it's a fault detected. To protect everything, they shut down.
Mm-mm.
And they stop all the current flowing out, including current coming from the AVR. And this is why even when the UPS detected that fault and shut down, it would not allow the AVR to supply power. Now, if the UPS has its own problem, internal problem, hindi ko kaya, kailangan ko tulong. Okay? AVR will come in and kick in. I will supply power for you kasi may problema kay. Hindi naman line fault ang problem natin. If I supply power through you, nothing will happen to the equipment. But because it was a line fault, sabi ni UPS, pare, wag ka muna pumasok. If you do that, magka-problema tayo.
So, sa sinasabi niyo, Attorney Lim, tingin niyo ba hindi kompleto yung diagnosis ng CAAP sa nangyari? Was the problem not only a faulty circuit breaker? May problema din ba yung UPS mismo?
I think it's more of explanation lang po of how the design, the specification and design of the system is. For this one, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'm not even yet asking for the electrical plan na sinabi ni Engineer
Apa,
Bague na
apa.
baka hindi maibigay in open session. Actually, papunta ako doon, Mr. Chair, na baka para lang maitulong to get to the bottom of this big mystery about a small part, a circuit breaker. Baka pwede man lang pagtulungang i-reveal kahit in executive session o kahit masubmit man lamang sa aming chair so that kami sa Senado,
Yes, po.
we can be most useful in our findings and recommendations.
Yes po. We have actually discussed this with Yusek Bobby last night for to allow us to provide the diagrams if you need them for a better understanding.
Yes, thank you,
And,
Attorney Lim.
Yusek Bobby has kindly agreed. Yeah.
This is Attorney, magkamag-anak po ba kayo? Hindi naman. Salamat, Yusek Lim, for enabling this helpful partnership, no problem solving between our government and private sector. So the committee can count, Mr. Chair, on this additional submission from CAAP with Sumitomo. Are we talking here, Attorney Lim, about the actual electrical plan na binanggit ni Engineer Bague?
Yes po.
Thank you.
Yes, po.
Salamat, Mr.
With
Chair.
the
Yes,
indulgence
Mr.
of
Chair.
Senator Tiberos, the chair received the report that the automatic voltage, AVR, the automatic voltage regulator in the power plant of CAAP was damaged or was not working last August. Is this totoo ba itong Meron lang info. Engineer, please answer.
Yes, Your Honor. During that time, the EBR is under maintenance. But like what the Director General stated before, the EBR is used only when the UPS is under maintenance, when the two UPS is under maintenance. The UPS perform the voltage regulation, and this EBR is a mechanical wherein it will also perform automatic voltage regulation, but not like the smart UPS.
So ayos na po yun, yung AVR that was damaged in August?
We have already coordinated with the supplier, and right now they have assist already. We cannot touch the right now. We avoid touching the system
Ibig
first.
sabihin
because-
sa ngayon, as we speak, hindi pa siya naayos?
Yes, Your Honor, but we bypass that, and the UPS is working. So even though the ABR is not working, the UPS is now working. So, in my yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Riza.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, Madam
Senator
Chair.
Risa,
Yes,
before you
Madam Chair.
continue, I was in the lounge attending to something quickly, and I was half listening to the hearing. I would just like to clarify that I did say CAAP has the income. In fact, yes, they do. The only reason why we gave them money to the tune of about 1.4 billion in 2021 and 2.4 billion in 2022 and a little bit over 100 million in 2023 is because they depleted their savings to give about 4 billion in savings and 4 billion in dividends to the government because of the bayanihan. But yearly, the average income of CAAP is between more than 1 billion and 2 billion pesos because of the services that they provide. The landing, the takeoffs, all of that. And in fact, this year alone, as of September 2022, last year, they were already at pre-pandemic levels when it comes to their income. So I studied this very well. So just a correction.
I stand corrected at salamat para doon, Madam Chair. Sabi po ninyo, Engineer Balucatin, the AVR is, the AVR is working. Or sorry, the UPSs, the two UPSs are working. Sinasabi niyo po ba may problema sa AVR? Kasi babalikan ko yung sinasabi ni Attorney Lim. Pag natignan nyo na po, Yusek Lim and Attorney Lim make the submission to the chair nung actual electrical plan. So may makikita po ba tayong problema sa AVR?
Yung pong regulation function po ng ABR ay hindi po nagpe-perform ngayon kasi yung isang party po ay sira. Kaya po binaypass po namin yung ABR.
Okay po. And Attorney Lim, if Sumitomo's own view about what happened ay nagko-concur dun sa sinasabi ni Engineer Balucatin, lumalabas na yung dalawang APS na nagko-communicate sa isa't isa, kahit humingi sila ng tulong sa AVR, hindi mabibigay ng AVR kasi yung AVR mismo ay may problema.
Through the chair, tama po kayo, Your Honor.
Alright,
So
salamat.
the AVR has to be fixed as soon as possible.
Okay po. So the committee will really await CAAP Sumitomo's submission to the chair of the actual electrical plan. And salamat kay Engineer Bague for mentioning that term and allowing this representation to ask about it. So Engineer Balucatin, so what actually caused the fault in the circuit breaker? Yung faulty circuit breaker, saan nanggaling yung fault niya? Hindi ba yung ganitong equipment subject sa regular na inspection at maintenance? If you would like to add anything to the earlier discussion on the maintenance.
On your honor, sabi ko nga po, hindi pa namin ma-determine kung mayroong nag-cause ng pagkasira ng circuit breaker or nasira yung circuit breaker mismo.
Okay po, Engineer. Although talaga pong bagabat layperson ako sa usaping ito, medyo isa't kalahating linggo na eh. Dapat sana ay alam nyo na at nasasabi nyo sa komite at kung hindi sinasabi ng CAAP, magtataka kami. Bakit? Or kung hindi nyo pa alam, magtataka din po kami. Kasi sino pang mas dapat nakaalam sa loob ng 11 araw, kundi po ang CAAP. Ito po siguro yung pinaka tingin ko importanteng tanong ko tungkol dyan sa yung tinatanong din ni Sen Lauren kanina, Sen Legarda. Hindi lang natigil sa faulty circuit breaker yung sira. Yung damage ba dun sa circuit breaker na yon nag-cause din ng damage sa VSAT, sa very small aperture terminal, na nag-cause naman ng loss of comms sa araw na yon?
Yes, Your Honor. Na-damage po yung VSAT po namin, VSAT equipment. Kaya po noong pong 1:44 ng PM, mayroon na kaming communication using only the Tagaytay base facility kasi hindi po gumagamit po yung VSAT noon. Pero yung mga equipment na nandun sa malayong lugar like Lawag, Davao, Mactan, gumagamit po ng VSAT yon. Kaya po hindi po nagamit yon. Nung 5:45, 5:5 po, doon lang po naayos yung isang VSAT at doon po nagsimula na po yung pagsimula na po ng services ng air traffic service para sa operation po.
Yung VSAT po yung nagpo-provide ng two-way communications sa mga satellites na ginagamit para mag-provide ng data necessary for air traffic control. Yung VSAT po ba yon na na-damage ng faulty circuit breaker noon ay maayos na ngayon or kailangan pang i-repair or i-upgrade or palitan?
Yung pong ay dalawa pong VSAT yon,
Okay.
na-restore po namin parehas pero na-restore namin yung dalawang VSAT na po. Pero tig-isa po lang po yung system niya. So sa ngayon po, pinahiram po kami ng CICC ng equipment. Naka-install na po pero hindi pa po namin ginamit. Kasi kailangan po namin itis muna at kailangan po i-schedule po namin.
Sabi niyo po, restored na yung dalawang VSAT pero tig-iisang system lang. Bakit ilang system po ba ang nasa bawat VSAT?
Normally po redundant po sila. Kaya ano po, wala pa. Iisa lang po yung ano.
Dapat po ilan?
Dapat po dalawa.
Dalawa. So, hindi pa fully restored, partially restored ang dalawang VSAT.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama po. Okay po. Yung isa pa pong binanggit ni Engineer Bage, yung arcing, yun ba yung nangyari sa faulty circuit breaker? Sorry sir, mali yata yung pagka-pick up ko sa sinabi ni Engineer Bage. Yun ba yung nangyari dun sa apat na magkakaibang kulay na input na dapat 220 volts lang pero paglabas nung dalawa, yung isa at saka yung neutral, na nasukat nyo na 380 pala. Arcing ba yung nangyari doon?
Parang spark po yun na mayroon pong spark.
At saka may amoy ng sunog.
May sunog. Kaya po namin pinatay agad yung system. So, and then, pagkapatay po ng system, doon po kami nag-troubleshoot kung ano po yung naging, bakit naging cause po nung spark na yun.
Ano po? Yes, sorry.
At yung po, nakita po namin na yung pong isang pase ay nagiging 380.
Briefly po, ano po ba yung arcing na sinasabi niyong hindi yon ang nangyari?
Spark at saka parang...
Sorry, Engineer Bage, arcing ba yung... pareho lang, arcing and spark. So, arcing po ang nangyari. Well, ayon at least po kay Engineer Bage. Okay, and yung actual electrical plan, salamat, ibibigay na ng Kaap and Sumitomo sa komite through the chair. And lastly po dun sa mahiwagang faulty circuit breaker na yan. So, it actually reminds me of yung unang paliwanag ng Kaap nung online press conference nyo nung January 1, yung tungkol sa fan. Kasi nung online press con, sabi po ng Kaap, may cooling blower ng main UPS na nag-fail. Pagkatapos itong blower, I suppose fan, parang arcing at spark, blower at fan, ay nagbigay ng warning. So, sa updated na pag-imbestiga nyo po, problema pa rin po yung fan, tama po ba? Kasama po siya sa nag-fail?
Yes, Your Honor. Ang initial report po nung naka-duty, may narinig po siyang pagpugong po ng fan.
Pag ano po?
Yung pag-ingay ng fan.
Pag-ingay ng fan.
So, kaya po, isa pong, nung namatay po yung output, nawala po yung output ng UPS, isa po yun sa suspect po namin.
Okay.
But as we go on with our analysis, hindi po yun ang dahilan ng pag-shutdown ng UPS.
Ano po yung dahilan?
Yun nga po, nagkaroon ng signal sa UPS na mayroong flow doon sa load circuit.
Sige po, Engineer Balukatin. Aabangan po namin yung ulat ng Kaap Sumitomo sa komite through our chair. At sana naman maulat nyo na, di lang sa amin sa Senado, sa publiko, ano ba talaga yung buong nangyari bago pa ma-figure out namin sa Senate. Kayo naman po yung technical experts dyan, ang Kaap, hindi naman po kami. In the course of operating, modern digital equipment log files are generated. Related din po sa isang tanong ni Sen. JV yata po kanina na kung sino yung incident commander. In fact, many enterprise-grade UPS units ay capable sa automatically logging data at saka events. So, Madam Chair, respectfully requesting po sa CAAP na i-provide nila sa ating komite yung relevant system log files para sa UPS, yung dalawang UPS, yung dalawang VSAT, yung CNS ATM at ano pa mang ibang relevant systems. Maaari po ba yon, Madam Chair?
Through the chair,
Or baka dapat itanong ko kay Director General, maaari po bang mahingi yung lahat ng mga relevant system log files na iyon?
through the chair, we shall provide, ma'am, although we submitted some already. Kung ano man ang kulang, we will submit it.
Salamat po. Well, hindi ko alam kung kulang o kompleto, pero yung sanang masagot ng mga log files na yon ay ano yung specific nature of the problem observed by CAAP personnel, who were the personnel at the ATMC na unang nakaobserba sa problema, anong specific equipment ang naapektuhan o na-damage, at anong remedial measures ang ginawa. Madam Chair, kahit nga krimen or military encounter, may log kaagad yun no? Incident report na tinatawag. So, pati siguro sa ganitong nationwide na event. But salamat kay Director General sa commitment na ibigay yun sa komite through our chair. So, who were the vendors? Okay, usapan nila. And again, Madam Chair, I'd like to return to Sumitomo and maybe even Thales if the committee through our chair would request the assistance of the two apart from the ongoing and bitin negotiations. We would really appreciate your technical views about the matter. And I thank the two representatives for seeming to assent by nodding their heads. Director General or Engineer, are manual operations or manual maintenance logs prepared vis-a-vis yung UPS, VSAT at saka CNS ATM? So bukod po dun sa system logs, may manual logs din po ba?
Meron po, ma'am.
Meron
So we
po,
will
sir.
provide that.
And thank you. At may existing maintenance o service contracts ba na okay, natanong na rin ito kanina, covering the equipment and did these suppliers make any performance guarantees? Lastly po, tungkol dun the UPS in general, specific causes related to the incident. So the ANS is mandated to implement regulations, policies, at saka standard operational procedures. May manual po ba na mga SOPs para implement in the event na may fault na mag-occur with respect sa CNS ATM or kahit alin sa mga components nito? May manual po ba?
We have complete manuals on
You have
that,
complete manual, sir. At yung mga procedures pa ni-rehearse, may drills po?
There is a usual schedule for that. I just don't remember how often.
Baka pwede pong i-submit din po in writing sa komite through our chair yung schedule po ng mga drills o rehearsal ng mga procedures na iyon.
We shall submit.
Salamat po. Madam Chair, do I still have time or should I wait for the next round?
Actually, is it okay if you wait for the next round? Because Senator
Yes, thank you,
Gatchalian and
Madam
then
Chair.
Senator Tolentino just presented me with something quite revealing.
Okay. Thank you,
So,
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Senator Gatchalian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, from the, let me just manifest beforehand. I also filed Senate Resolution 421 on the same topic, so let me just put that on record so it will be formed part of this discussion. Madam Chair, let me
start with my observations. In fact, this is quite a surprising event, especially happening on January 1, the first day of the new year. And my top of mind uh, reason or top of mind, the first thing that came to my mind is this might be a result of cyber attacks. Because I read in many articles that systems like this, critical infrastructure like this, are prone to cyber attacks, and it's actually a target of cyber terrorists. And very trivial equipment such as UPS can be a source of cyber attacks. I read something in the internet that a lot of the modern UPS are actually connected to the internet because of maintenance purposes and updating of software. And because of its connection to the internet, that can be a possible route for cyber terrorists to attack and to damage the system. But I read in the communication to our chair from Director General Tamayo that the Cyber Crime Investigation and Coordinating Center ruled this out already. And I want to get some details on that, because in the letter it's only one paragraph. So may I direct my question to the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center on why they already ruled out that this can be a result of a cyber attack.
Good afternoon.
I think it's you, Sec Ramos.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I'd like to correct the report. When CICC was called upon to the joint conference, the different agencies to look into the matter, we were tasked to help out. The priority was the restoration of the system. So we conducted an initial investigation and saw all of this equipment that were involved or maybe the source of the blackout. It so happens the UPS system is an offline off-grid equipment. So that's out of the question. But the priority that was given to us is to help CAAP restore its system to normalcy. That's why we brought in equipment and manpower on orders of the DICT Secretary. You see, CICC has several engineers, certified engineers that are working for investigation purposes. So we fielded them to support CAAP to restore their system and secure it.
Did you conduct any investigation whether this is this can be what happened can be a possibility of a cyber attack?
The equipment that were the priority of our targets of investigation were offline and off-grid. So we have not gone beyond that restoration process. If there was a cyber attack, we have not reached that level of communication within the CAP system.
So in other words, there was no investigation yet or formal investigation yet on this incident particularly.
Not on the network side.
Okay, but because the UPS is offline, the report stated here the result indicates that the incident is unlikely due to a cyber attack. But this is not conclusive.
That is not conclusive, sir.
So, are you in the process of investigating this?
The Cybersecurity Bureau was the equipment, a small equipment that DICT has. It was scheduled to do a scan of the CAP system. You see, CICC doesn't have that equipment after all our budget were cut.
So in other words, even though you conduct an investigation, you cannot come up with a concrete conclusion because of the lack of equipment. Is that what you're saying?
Lack of tools and equipment.
Lack of tools and equipment. And can you at least give us some level of confidence? Let's focus first on this incident. Can you just at least give us some level of confidence whether this incident is from a cyber attack or not?
As I've mentioned, we haven't reached that level due to lack of tools because the focus of our assignment here is help in the restoration only.
But may I suggest to DG Tamayo to already initiate because your report is quite misleading. If the CICC is saying that it's inconclusive, then this report is quite misleading because in the report, it's stated that a cyber attack is unlikely. But there's no formal investigation. Of course, notwithstanding the equipment issue, no? But there's no formal investigation that was conducted to determine whether this is from a cyber attack or not. No, tinignan lang nila yung UPS, hindi na connect sa internet, therefore it's not cyber attack. But that's not a formal investigation. So, DG Tamayo, I suggest that you already initiate a formal investigation on the cyber attack possibility.
Senator Gatchalian, just an interjection. Since you mentioned, the CICC mentioned that they lack the tools and the equipment to be able to decipher and really look into it and find out what really happened. What equipment do you need? Do you know exactly what you need to be able to do a forensic test on this? And how much is it?
Right now, I can't see the cost, but definitely we need additional forensic equipment,
Like what?
such as looking into the the remote access to VSATs, remote access to UPS systems.
So
Because
meron ganon.
There are,
There are.
yes.
Maybe we have here also Miss Director Carlos, who can talk as a national security advisor. Ma'am, during your meetings with the President, siguro pwedeng sabihin ito, no? Yung ating CICC, kulang na kulang ng equipment. I know you've been waiting there for a long time, ma'am. So let me give you an opportunity now to weigh in on the topic, even if you're not asked directly yet.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, let me explain that the philosophical undergirding of everything that we're discussing right now is the One Philippine Green Sky. One Philippine Green Sky. We added the green modifier because of our commitments to Paris 2015 and COP26 and COP27. It means that safety and security are indivisible. Di mo pwedeng paghiwalayan yung safety and security. That's the reason why I, as the National Security Advisor and National Security Council, are really quite concerned about this happening because it has tremendous and very serious national security implications. For one, that has been noted already around the table and by the many senators here, it affects we're selling the country as a tourist spot. My colleague here who just left, Christina, we are, when you listen to her report in the recent cabinet, sobra talagang ambisyon natin sa turismo. Tapos pag may ganito, talagang lubak na malaki eh. So, bakit siya national security threat? Kasi meron siyang kadugtong sa employment. Meron siyang kadugtong sa sa confidence ng tao, hindi lang employment, investment. Kahit ikaw local investor, foreign investor, magdadalawa tatlong isip ka. Mag-invest ba ako dito na napaparalyze itong civil aviation? Doon sa briefing, Madam Chair and Honorable Senators sa CAAP, which we immediately attended together with my colleague here, DG Rick De Leon, sa NICA, lumabas talaga na, halimbawa tinanong ko si OIC Secretary Faustino, bakit hindi natulungan ng civil aviation? Alam ko ang military kasi, because I also came from the military when 12 years ago at the National Defense College, ang sabi niya, Madam Chair, walang MOU. pwede silang tumulong, pero walang legal framework for the military na dapat isipin natin ito, at sinabi ko na rin yan kay Secretary Faustino noon, na isipin natin talaga na i-push natin yan from even a national security perspective, na pag na-compromise ang civil aviation, gusto ko mag-kick in yung military. Because they have the capability.
Ma'am, correct me if I'm wrong, pero parang this is an ongoing study that there should be co-equal monitoring for our airspace, both in the defense and the commercial. There was supposed to have been a merging of that, like one sky policy, something, pero hindi pa nangyayari. I think that was like the third phase of what Thales was trying to do. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, but siguro para sa information ng mga hindi nakakaalam, kami po ay naging consultant ni General Hotchkiss for 3 years. As a matter of fact, siguro bibigyan ko kayo, Madam Chair, ng napakakapal na aming strategic planning for 30 years, kung saan itong mga, tandaan nyo, 2013 yan, 2010, ilang taon na ba yun? Parang 12 years, di ba? Kita nyo yung report namin, nandyan itong nangyayari ngayon. Nandun din. It's a composite of people, bureaucracy, equipment. Yan tatlong composite na yan. These are the variables that are leading to the things that we're discussing right now. And if we do not address them, we are really in deep trouble, no? So I, as the National Security Advisor, I would like the Senate to please pay particular attention to this national security concern. Napaka-serious po nito, hindi lang sa commerce natin, sa trade, no? Napaka-serious sa human lives. No? So, siguro finally, dati-rati, siguro General Hotchkiss, itong pag-usapan mo kasi mas may alam ka dito, yung air defense system natin ay should be crocheted with our civilian airspace management system. Dapat ginaganchilyo mo yung dalawa na yan, hindi siya dalawang anong pangalan to? Stand alone. And I guess that is a general deficit of our bureaucracy, where not only you have overlaps, duplications, you have unclear lines of authority. And kitang-kita mo yan dito eh. And by the way, let me follow through. Wala na yung friend ko si Secretary Tugade. We were also his consultant for 4 years because we did their transport roadmap up to 2050. Nako, paano ang kaap? Hindi ka pwedeng regulatory tapos operator ka. Alam mo, pag regulator ka, you cannot regulate yourself. So, siguro tignan natin, I'm sure my colleague, Secretary Jimmy, na-raise ko na yun sa cabinet, you cannot be regulating and you cannot be operating. Magbubungguan yan eh, nire-regulate mo sarili mo, di ba?
Yun din ang point namin, kaya we were pushing for the National Transport Safety Board eh. Kasi kung may kasalanan, let's say, yung nag-issue ng lisensya sa isang franchise ng bus, eh bakit iimbestiga ng LTFRB yung sarili nila?
Precisely. By the way, Madam Chair, because I wrote a book on bureaucratic reform, siguro alam mo niya nung previous naging guest mo ko. Kitang-kita to sa napakaraming ahensya.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Senator Gatchalian, you still have a few minutes left. I just want to ask if it's okay lang. Kasi connected to and I also asked him to delay his flight. General Hotchkiss, the former director of the CAAP, is here. Sir, can I hear your opinions on what's happening now? Suggestions, weighing in on the issue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start within the context of 94-97 itself, the CAAP law, and the timeline in 2008 when the CAAP law was enacted. The CAAP law was enacted to comply with International Civil Aviation Organization standards of safety within the flight information region that was given to the Philippines to manage and administer, so that all flights going through that flight information region will be safe and secure. That, in essence, is our obligation to the international community through the ICAO. So the ICAO is the one that does the audit of all states to see the International Civil Aviation Organization. That's, we are an original signatory to that in 1944, even before the end of the Second World War, for the simple reason that the sky, the airspace above us, was the point of issue. So that as early as that, the skies of the globe were already sliced, and we were given part of the biggest slice of all. Of course, America extended all the way to the Pacific, the US. But dito sa Pilipinas, because of our archipelagic nature, we were given that big space. And the source of income of CAAP, the main source of income of CAAP is from the overflight fees of all airlines, all airplanes that fly through that flight information region. And that is the biggest, I'm sure CAAP can tell you later how much is that. And that is why the ICAO also requires that the Civil Aviation Authority of a state must have fiscal autonomy, because those fees are not taxes coming from the citizens of that republic. They are fees, user-based fees. You use the airspace, metro per kilometer, tumatatak. Every time somebody files a flight plan from Europe, flies to the Philippines, pagdating niya sa FIR. But the obligation that we have is that we should provide communication, navigation, surveillance, air traffic management, CNS-ATM. Before 2008, we had the Eurocat system using only 3 radars. So, ang coverage natin ng we could not control. In other words, we could not manage the airspace that we had, that was given to us at the time. So, kahit nanong pa ako sa Air Force, I became Commanding General in 1996 to 1999. Matagal na akong pinag-uusapan namin yan, both with the Air Force and the ATO pa noon. ATO pa. And by the way, ATO as a civil aviation authority is not acceptable internationally. So before 2008, ATO was just an office of the DOTC. So itong CNS-ATM na ito, na-conceptualized 2000, even late 90s. And then, medyo na punta sa planning board na talaga, 2000, ano? And then, na-finalize lang talaga 2010. Okay, so, nakuha na ako sa timeline, 2008, yung ka-upload. So, by 2008, kung pa tayo noon, we were in the blacklist of Europe. Our airplanes could not fly to Europe. They were blacklisted because our airspace was unsafe. We had unsafe skies. The US categorized us as Category 2, which is the lowest level of safety category. ICAO had a lot of significant safety concerns. One of them was the organization, but I'll not go into that anymore. I'll go to the CNS-ATM project. Before 2008, the procurement agency of any mission-critical equipment of the CAAP, of the ATO, of the Philippines, for that matter, was the OTC. There's no question about that. So all the way from 2008, 2010, all the way to 2017, when the CNS ATM was turned over to CAAP, I was no longer there. I got off 2016. But I'll tell you my role later. By 2017, it was the operations and maintenance of the CNS ATM project was turned over to the CAAP, as mentioned by former Secretary Tugade. But it must be remembered that even if he said that it was turned over to the DG at the time, who was the DG at the time? Sidionko. It must be remembered that the chairman of the CAAP board is the secretary of the DOTC. And so therefore, so saan ba talaga ang responsibility, the accountability for the project? Who is accountable for the project? Ang budget nung before was the DOTC through the through the Congress. But when I was DG, I always fell back on the fiscal autonomy provision of the law, which was very simple. All the fees of CAAP must be used for CAAP operations, especially the buying of equipment to make sure that the skies are safe for everybody, not just for Filipinos, but for everybody who wants to fly to the Philippines. So tourism, etc. Everything is affected. Everything will be affected. So there, from the point of view of governance, therefore, the law must be very clear on the delineation between DOTC and CAAP. Well, there is a clear provision there which says that CAAP, actually, if you look at the law, ma'am, the Director General of CAAP is the Vice Chairman of the Board of CAAP. And he is at the same level as the Secretary, actually. He is the CEO of CAAP. He has a lot of things to do, really, accountable. So, when we came in 2012, I came in 2012, the CNS ATM project was disallowed by COA in 2011, or a year before. I was not yet there.
Bakit din disallowed? They're pushing for a check system, right?
Well,
Yes.
there were many reasons. Essentially, it was because meron ang binili ang DOTC na MACC.
Yun nga
Manila,
Ito may study since the year 2000. But that was sidelined in favor of this check company,
Yes,
right? And
supposed to
what's
be an
happening na?
upgrade of the old Eurocat system.
So nasaan na yung ano na yon, yung system na yon, nakatenga na. Yung
Our technical
yung
people, Mr. Balucatin.
Yung MACC, where is it now?
I think I don't know, ma'am. It's still there, probably.
So that was a waste of money, you would
It
say.
was a waste of money because we found it to be useless.
So who decided to do that? The OTC at that time?
The OTC, yes.
And they were able to do it rather quickly, huh?
Which one, ma'am?
I mean, they were able to just decide unilaterally, let's get this MACC system.
Yes.
Bypassing something that has been studied since 2000.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Anyway.
Sir, I think in the interest of time, let me ask you this. You raised an important point that the income of CAAP should be used by CAAP for capital outlay, for improvements, for salaries, etc. How much is CAAP earning, and how much is CAAP remitting to the national government?
Nung panahon ko po, wala ni isang sentimo. I insisted on that.
Okay.
Because that is in the fiscal autonomy provision of the law.
Okay, how about now? Mr. Tamayo,
From 2012 and then 2016, 2017 up to present, we remitted 22.4 billion.
why is it that during your time, we are allowing that to happen. Whereas in the time of General Hotchkiss, hindi naman tayo kumukuha ng pera sa CAAP. Kasi, imbis na national government pa yung magbayad ng improvements, dapat dun sa revolving fund na ninyo, di ba?
That's
General
not to-
Hotchkiss.
Yes, ma'am, not to be, well, I'm proud of the fact that it was because of our insistence on the fiscal autonomy provision that we were able to convince the EU Safety Commission, that indeed we have an independent CAAP, who is really responsible for the airspace management. When I made my presentation, I just said, we're going to improve the safety conditions of 41 airports that CAAP manages at a time. We will buy international standard fire crash equipment because we have the budget for it. And I was sure that I had the budget for it. And the EU Safety Commission was impressed because of that, we were taken off the blacklist.
Yes, and actually, thank you, sir, for your foresight and your service. So, at the time, you were already against the MACC.
Which one, no?
That you were already against the Manila Area Control Center by the Czechs, right?
Yes.
You expressed.
It's not being against, but we made a judgment that it could not be used. It was unsafe to use because you look at the airplanes that are there, they're not in the actual coordinates. In other words, it paints a false picture of the sky.
So, who decided that?
Which one?
Who decided to approve that?
That was during the time of President GMA, I think, Leandro Mendoza. The Secretary of the OTC, the late Leandro Mendoza.
So, that was during the time of GMA, the MACC, 2012?
MACC, matagal na ho yun. 2008, 2010.
Ah, okay. So, 2008. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you, sir. I'm sorry to have the... Senator Gatchalian, you may continue with your question. Sorry, sir.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Madam
But
Chair.
I think that was quite enlightening.
definitely.
Good history. Thank you, General Hotchkiss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, going back to the cybersecurity topic, again, to Yusek Ramos, can we categorically say that this incident is not due to cyber attacks? Is that conclusive?
No, it's not.
So it's not conclusive. So there's still a possibility that what happened in January 1, can be due to cyber attacks.
There may be, but we need to conduct the assessment.
Even though you mentioned that the UPS is offline and off-grid, there's still a possibility that this is due to cyber attacks?
Because our findings are quite different from their findings, and
So what are your findings? Can you
we'd like to discuss it in an executive session.
Okay, so we'll request the chairman later on for an executive session. Maybe not today, but on a later date. And because that's moving forward, what we're after here is to prevent all types of disruptions to our air traffic. And I think what is most talked about now, is cyber attacks from different cyber terrorists out there. So we're not only focused on the electrical items, but on a bigger point of view, and this question is directed to Secretary Carlos. Have we conducted a vulnerability and penetration test of the CNS system? Because this is also very important, and outside of the UPS, outside of the circuit breaker issue, have we conducted a vulnerability test on the entire operations of CAAP?
Because I'm not a technical person, Your Honor, I'm really leaning on the CICC to to make this kind of determination. But I'm looking at the vulnerability in terms of the critical infrastructure status of the for example, during the briefing, they said that they need the backup system, but it cannot be in the same building. In fact, they were talking of Clark. So you will have to support them to really have another separate building for a backup. Hindi pwedeng sa parehong building yung kanilang backup. Okay, the other part is that together with my colleague here, Rick De Leon, we said there are people who are manning equipment for navigation, etc., to give the signal to the pilot to come in and to fly in, to go out and fly in, should have security clearances. No? Na aming binibigay din sa National Security Council. So, we already informed Secretary Bautista about this need, particularly because there is a very quick turnover of people, mainly because of what already the Madam Chair noted, yung ang laki ng gap ng salary nila, yung air traffic controller minsan, on the average, during the time you were consultants there, parang 2 taon lang sila. Pag nakuha na nila yung expertise, alis na agad sila, no? And usually pumupunta sila sa Singapore. So, siguro another one that I miss out is, sana alisin natin yung ka-up dun sa salary grade, ano ba yun, yung parang framework. Very skilled kasi yan eh. Alisin natin sila dyan. Kung hindi talagang yung tao nila will seek better paying venues.
With the indulgence of Senator Gatchalian, going to yung sa concern of national security, ma'am, from what I know, kaya nga po yung CNS, it's communication, navigation, and surveillance. And all the aircraft, siguro si Captain Tamayo and if any Air Force officials are here, can shed light, no? There's what we call as a Philippine Air Defense Identification Zone, yung ADIS na tinatawag, wherein DCNS also provides the information on whatever aircraft goes in our aerospace, no? Meron siyang identification. So, pag pumasok po yan dun sa ADIS, pag dumapos yun sa ADIS, sa zone ng ADIS, dapat po lahat ng identification will through the transponder will be known. Pag pumasok po doon ang hindi po identified, that's already called an unidentified aircraft. And I think the Air Force will be notified and they will already prepare their interceptors. Tama ho ba? So, the whole time, ang tanong ko lang po, with Indulgence Senator Gatchalian, that the whole time that the CNS was down, does it mean also that even our air defense system was down? Kumbaga, we were blinded in those hours that the CNS was not working. Tama ho ba, Captain Tamayo?
As far as CAP is concerned, Your Honor, our monitoring of the Philippine Air Defense Identification Zone when our system was down was definitely down. But what I know is this is supposed to be a function of the Air Force. So at present, we provided facilities for them at the ATMC. Meron na ho silang present sa amin ngayon eh. They have a room there to be able to monitor as well.
Is the Air Force merong representative sa ano? Meron bang nagmo-monitor sa ating ADIS, sa ating CNS?
Meron ho. They are with us.
So siguro no, kasi may tinatawag diyan na Senator Gatchalian yung IFF na kung sino mang aircraft pumasok diyan, it has to be identified. Kaya IFF yan, identify as friend or foe. Tama ba? Hindi BFF, IFF, either friend or foe yun.
That's correct, sir.
So the Air Force is always also on standby. Nandun po sila to monitor sa CNS on whatever or all aircraft that enter our aerospace so that in case there are intrusions of unidentified aircraft, they should already notify our sa Basa Airbase, yung ating pong anong wing ba yun? Pero those are our interceptors, tama po ba?
That's correct, sir. So they have a presence with us 24/7.
So that yung ano ko lang, Senator Gatchalian, that's my that the whole time that our CNS was down, our national defense cover also, yung security was also down. We were blinded during those times. That's all. Thank you, Senator Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, going again, I'll go back to the cybersecurity issue. Again, direct my question to Undersecretary Ramos. Have you conducted a vulnerability test on the CAAP system? Lahat po, no? The CNS, the ATM, and whatever system do they have. Have we conducted a vulnerability test whether they are vulnerable to cyber attacks?
Not yet, but as of 3 days ago, there's a task force that's created to conduct this. The Cybersecurity Bureau of our DICT will be conducting it.
But to date, we have not conducted any vulnerability test. Is that correct?
Can we ask the director of the Cybersecurity?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Director Marivi Castro from the DICT. Actually, since the start of the incident last January 1, we are already in touch with, actually it's January 2, we're already in touch with the Department of Transportation and the CAAP because of this incident, and our investigation on the forensic side of that cyber attack, if there is really, is currently ongoing, sir. So we already started that as early as last week or immediately a day after it happened. However, because it's after the fact, so that's why it's taking some time because it's a forensic investigation already.
On the entire CAAP system, to include the CNS, the ATN, have we conducted a vulnerability test on those systems?
No, not yet, sir. We were not part since it was established.
And do you
because-
see the need to conduct a vulnerability test on those systems?
Well, of course we can if we're requested.
But do you see the need to conduct a vulnerability test in the name of national security?
Yes, of course.
So because we haven't conducted anything, then therefore we're vulnerable. Because we don't know it.
Well, as I've been saying, unless there is data, we cannot say that we are being attacked in the cyber
No,
realm
but just
or
to
not.
make sure that we are vulnerable or not. Have we done that?
Yes, sir. It's not only the VAPT that you're calling, but other some kind of tools that we can use to determine if there are vulnerabilities in the system.
And we have conducted that on the system.
We are starting to do that. It's
Starting pa
currently
lang, but in the
ongoing.
past we haven't.
No, not yet.
And
This is the first time that
yeah,
you
to
were
DG,
involved.
I think Yusek Lim was raising his hands earlier on this topic.
No, I just wanted to advise the committee that there is already an interagency committee, the one referred to by Yusek Ramos and Yusek from the director from the ICT. It's an interagency committee that is doing the investigation regarding the causes of this episode. We have, of course, NICA also and the NBI on board this interagency committee.
My point there is, well, number one, it seems to me that we cannot rule out cyber attacks as a cause of this disruption.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
that was a statement of Yusek Ramos earlier.
We agree with you, Senator.
Yeah, because in the report it's written there unlikely, no, but it gave me the impression that it's already out of the table. But right now, and because of the request for an executive session, it seems to me a possibility and an urgency that this should be looked at because of the possibility of a cyber attack. So, and second, from what I hear, we haven't conducted a vulnerability test on the CAAP system, no? And that leaves us very open, no, to any form of cyber attack, and that seems to be the mode of infringing on sovereignty by external actors. So I would suggest to CAAP to take this very seriously, no? And DG Tamayo, that we cannot just look at the traditional circuit breakers, But we're very open and we're very vulnerable, no, to cyber terrorists, and I suggest to CAAP to already commence the vulnerability test. Again, notwithstanding the equipment that the ICT requires, no, and you have our support in terms of giving you those systems. No? You, DG Tamayo, you wanna respond to that?
We shall do it, sir. As you said, it's very important nowadays, especially with the news of what's happening in the other countries with similar systems. I know I'm not supposed to refer. The US had issues. That was yesterday. And then Canada had issues as well. And then there was another one during New Year, almost the same time as us, that had issues on their air traffic management system. And it seems most of these are computer related or IT related. So definitely we will look into it because of the threats that we have been getting worldwide.
Because we're offline or not connected, bugs or malware cannot be planted in your system, and that creates a huge opportunity for cyber terrorists to create disruption. So I want to suggest that to CAAP. On a separate note, Madam Chair, and this is my last before the second round, I understand that CAAP is in charge of the IKO safety audit. Is that correct po?
That's correct, sir.
And following through with what General Hotchkiss mentioned earlier, the last audit that was conducted was last year. Is that correct po?
If I may, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
The last on-site audit conducted by the IKO on CAAP was in 2017. And quite recently, as in the last quarter, we agreed, and in fact we volunteered for an off-site audit, and this was appreciated by the IKO. It was a positive move as far as we were concerned. So it's ongoing, and we are working on this continuously, and we are expecting an on-site audit sometime this year. So that is what we are.
But there were results in 2022, tama po ba?
That's right, sir.
And there are 8 items on the audit. Legislation, we passed with an 83% mark. Organization, 75. Licensing, 84. Operations, 84. Airworthiness, 90. Accident investigation, 67. All of those 6 items were above global average. However, when it comes to air navigation services, 45, and the global average is 65. And when it comes to aerodromes, the Philippine score is 45, and the global average is about 62. Parang hindi ho coincidental that we failed in the air navigation services, and we're here right now talking about air navigation issues. DG, can you talk about, can you explain to us why we failed the score on air navigation services under the IKO audit results last 2022?
Can I refer to Deputy Director General Dan Lucas?
Sige po. And just to put on record, air navigation services includes air traffic management, communications, navigation, and surveillance systems, services for air navigation, search and rescue, basically everything that we're talking about today. So I don't think it's a coincidence that we're here and we failed also the score for air navigation services. Can you explain to us why we failed? And can you also give us some suggestion on how we can improve on our scores?
As far as the overall audit, sir, is concerned, it is reckoned based on the average of the 8 critical elements, as what you mentioned. So, indeed, we were scoring low on 2 items, but most of these are related to the current setup of CAAP. For AGA, that's aerodromes and ground control, it's a separation between the regulatory oversight and the service provisions in aerodrome. So, yun nga, the one we were talking about, there should be, CAAP should be a regulator, not an operator. So that's one of the main issues. And then...
So it's good that we heard this for the record, that the Director General of CAP agrees that
Yes.
they should only be the regulator, not the operator. And I did file a bill on that. It's now under the Committee on the GOCCs, chaired by Senator Alan Cayetano. So hopefully that will be prioritized soon. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think we should wrap up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And just, again, let's focus on the air navigation services, DG. How come we failed on that, and what are the items that we failed on? And of course, we want to improve. How can we improve?
Sige, ikaw. Sige. May I give you the DG Lucas?
Yes, go ahead.
He's a lawyer.
Go ahead, DG. Is this connected to what we are hearing right now? What we are talking about? I'm sure parang hindi siya kasi it's I don't think it's a coincidence that bagsak tayo dito and then we're here talking about all of these things.
Magandang hapon po, Your Honor, and through the chair. First, the reason why we received 45%, because the schedule, Your Honors, for the validation of the air navigation service is scheduled on 2024. So hindi po siya sinama sa computation at this point. That is why we received 69% global average. That is, we received 69%. That is 2% higher than the global average of 67%. But we already received information that possible items that they will be validating are somehow related to regulatory functions of the CAAP. We received 4 items that we're supposed to be working on to validate and increase the rating of the CAAP insofar as air navigation service is concerned. If I may read, Your Honors and Madam Chair, excuse me. First item is the insufficient number of technical personnel in the areas of ANS. So yun po yung isang item na titignan nila. Pangalawa po, ganun pa rin po yung sinabi nila that there should be a separation between regulatory oversight and the service provision of the ANS, which, again, Your Honor, for the record, the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines supports the efforts to separate regulation and the operational duty of the CAAP at this point. Because ever since we believe, Your Honor, the CAAP as an organization, that it should be a purely regulatory body to ensure that safety is not compromised, especially in cases of investigations. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, DG, Deputy DG. Just submit to us, the details of those. Again, we passed out of the 8 items, we passed the 6 and failed the 2. But the 2, especially the air navigation services, is what we are discussing right now, And submit to us that report and also your suggestions on how to improve our scores in that light, because definitely after this we want to improve ourselves and prevent all of these things from happening. And one of the things that we can do is pass the audit, because the audit assures the public that we are of international standards. So just submit to us, and it's important for us to understand how we can support your agency to pass this audit.
Maraming salamat po, Your Honor. But again, for the record, we just want to reiterate that the Philippines as a government, as a state, passed the safety audit of the International Civil Aviation Organization. We just need to improve further. But again, we want to reiterate to the Filipino people and to this august body that the Philippines passed the safety audit. As a matter of fact, from the last on-site audit of 67%, we increased to 2%. But we do understand the concern that insofar as the Air Navigation Service is concerned, 45 pa lang po tayo. And yung mga nabanggit po namin kanina, those items are still up for validation. So when they validate it, we will get the final grade that we will have for ANS. But we do appreciate the support given by Senator Villanueva and to the Chair. Maraming salamat po. We will
Gatchalian
submit
po,
a full...
Gatchalian. Senator Gatchalian.
Pasensya na po, Your Honor.
Pero hindi ka nag-iisa nun. Buong Pilipinas, ganyan ang confusion nila.
For the record, pasensya na po. Pareho po kasi kayong gwapo. But we will submit, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon.
What is your name again and your delegation?
Ako po yung binabanggit ni
Designation.
Secretary Togade kanina, Danjun Lucas po, from Deputy Director General for Administration. Salamat
Okay.
po, ma'am.
Mr. Lucas, yung evaluation na yun, kailan yun ginawa na binigyan kayo ng grade na 59%? Kailan yun?
Yung 69 po, that was last quarter of 2022. Last year lang po.
69%?
69%.
Okay, the global average is what?
67%.
67. So you're just 2% ahead, Although, yeah, it's quite an achievement, but because of what happened here now, they will be more critical, kung mas bubusisiin nila dahil sa nangyari ngayon. Just as an advance reminder. Okay, we're really running out of time, and I think this is dragged on for a while, but Senator Tolentino is next. And then, can we reserve unless you think it's really pressing, can we reserve our next round for another day? Okay, thank you. Senator Tolentino, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will not really be inquisitorial. I will have some friendly suggestions toward good friend Secretary Bautista, as well as the DOTR family. Mention was made a while ago of the ICAO, ICAO. And you're probably referring when you mentioned that organization to the Chicago Convention on International Civil Aviation, if I'm not mistaken. 3 questions. Mr. Lucas was here. He mentioned something about 69% average garnered by CAAP. Napatingin tuloy ako, Madam Chair, sa 69. Alam niyo po yung Article 69 ng Chicago Convention on International Civil Aviation is very revealing. Alam niyo po yung nakalagay doon sa Article 69, and I'd like to quote this: improvement of air navigation facilities. That's Article 69 of the Chicago Convention. Nakalagay po dito, if the Council, I'm referring to the Chicago Council, ICAO Council, is of the opinion that the airports or other air navigation facilities, including radio and meteorological services of a contracting state, that refers to the Philippines, are not reasonably adequate for the safe, regular, efficient, and economical operation of international services present or contemplated, the Council should consult with the Philippines. Tama po yan, di ba? Iko-consult kayo pagkatapos nung audit. Subalit sa succeeding article, Article 70, you can ask your lawyers to refer to this. Financing of air navigation facilities. A contracting state, and that includes the Philippines, in the circumstances arising under the provisions of Article 69, which I previously quoted, may conclude an agreement with the Council for giving effect to such recommendations. The Council may elect to bear all the costs involved in any such arrangement. Ibig sabihin po, they will fund totally, 100%, all our requirements to make it up to date with international standards. Questions addressed to CAAP. Have we done this? Have we attempted this? Wala tayong gastos. Ang gagastos yung Council. Any answer? You're nodding or what?
Except for training, sir.
Training.
But as far as the air navigation facilities, we have not communicated, but we will look into it.
So you are not familiar with the convention
because you mentioned, we've heard a lot of international civil aviation organization items, so hindi kayo familiar dito. Take a look at this. Kasi libre, oh. If the provision and maintenance of I'm going further. Provision and maintenance of facilities by council. And I quote this. If a contracting state so requests, the council may agree to provide, man, maintain, and administer any or all of the airports and other air navigation facilities, including radio and meteorological services required in its territory for the safe, regular, efficient, and economical operation of international air services of other contracting states, and may specify just and reasonable charge for the use of the facilities provided. Libre na, i-maintain pa nila. Ayaw ba ho natin ito? Yung standard, hindi na tayo babagsak. Yung 69 mo na grade, baka maging 99% na yun kasi sila yung gumastos, sila yung nag-maintain, at sila rin yung mag-evaluate. Do you agree?
I agree, sir. Thank you for the information.
Why are we not doing this?
We will definitely look into
So sinasabi ko nga, I'm suggesting some things that probably might prick your imagination. That if this can be done, nakatipid po tayo. There might be some exceptions, there might be some triggering situations, but this is it. Ito na po yun, Secretary Bautista. Kung meron pong magti-trigger, ito na pong nangyari noong January 1. Can I now ask the guy who mentioned that there is an interagency committee created?
Yes, Senator.
Identify yourself.
I am Yusek Roberto Lim for Aviation, Your Honor.
Aviation. And when will the interagency committee report be finished?
By next week, we are scheduled to give an initial report.
Initial report.
But the investigation is ongoing, Your Honor. So, with respect to the ICT, the initial estimates for a full report will take more than 1 month.
And
But on a rolling basis, we will do it weekly. That
will
is
you
our-
accept another friendly recommendation or advice?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you follow the Chicago Convention on International Civil Aviation, you can provide ICAO a copy of the report. That's pursuant to Section 22 of the said convention. Otherwise, we will be in default. And if we are in default, we might be deprived of our voting rights within the assembly, or if we are a member of the council, or even the council. So, are you providing ICAO a copy of your terminal report?
At this point, well, we will do that, Your Honor, and thank you for pointing out that provision.
That's a friendly
When-
suggestion.
Yes, Your Honor. When we
So
have the
perhaps
final
you can-
report, we will submit it to the ICAO for their information.
You can submit an initial communication that you are conducting an investigation, and before the end of the month, you will be submitting a final report.
Yes, Your Honor. That
Thank
is
you
our
for,
schedule, Your
for
Honor.
accepting my friendly suggestions, Madam Chair. I intimated to the good chairperson that I have a video. This is also friendly, but I would like to ask Secretary Bautista and Captain Tamayo. Yun naman pong nakalagay doon na lalabas na tao, ay sana po hindi malipat sa ibang pwesto. Baka bukas ay malipat na ito sa Tawi-Tawi Airport o sa Poro Point. Baka magalit kayo. Wag naman po sana. Tumulong lang po yon. Do we agree to have that on the record with the presence of our colleagues here na hindi siya tanggalin, administratively suspended, or transferred to another airport with no airstrip?
We agree, sir.
So you're under oath. Hindi ko nga kilala yung tao. To set the record straight, Madam Chair, during that January 1 incident, my attention was called by Senator J.B. Ercito. I was in Tagaytay. Doon naman po ako nagbabagong taon eh. Kaibigan ko po yung mga kaap, yung mga ato pa ho nung araw, si General Charlie Taniego. Bata pa ho ako noon, ato, nandun sa CAA pa ho nung araw yan. Kaya kaibigan ko po lahat yan. So, my initial reaction was to send the Chief of Police of Tagaytay and all all members of the PNP Tagaytay. Bantayan nyo yung kaap, kung ano nangyayari doon, report any abnormality, kasi nagkakagulo na sa mga airports natin, report any abnormality. Kung merong gustong pumasok, huwag niyong papasukin. Kung hindi authorized, kung merong nakikialam, tulungan niyo kung sino ang mga tao sa kaap and support them. Yun po yung napag-usapan namin ni Senator J.B. Ejercito. And lo and behold, siguro po itong mga bandang 2:30, matraffic po noon, hindi na po ako sumama kasi maraming namamasko sa bahay kahit bagong taon na po noon, January 1. So nakarating po yung Chief of Police ko. Hindi ko na mention yung name. Pagpunta niya doon, ang report, sir, wala naman pong nangyayari dito. Very normal, very relaxing, very soothing, very tranquilizing. Tahimik na tahimik. Alam niyo po kung ilan ang tao doon sa Kaap Station ng Tagaytay? Isa. One solitary individual manning that station during that critical period in our aviation history. Isa lang siya. Cool na cool siya. Nag-inom-inom lang ng mineral water. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome. Well, ano ba nangyayari sa Maynila? Alam mo ba? May fluctuation ng power. Kaya, ba't hindi ginagamit yung Tagaytay? Yun ang patanong ko kay Hepe. So, nag-tour. I'll show you the video. Nangako naman kayo hindi siya tatanggalin. Nag-tour, nabanggit ni Senator Grace po, our chairman here, na very revealing. Very revealing kasi if you follow the Chicago Convention on International Civil Aviation, it has to be professionalized, it has to meet minimum international standards. Very revealing kasi naka-short pants lang siya, revealing talaga, naka-chinelas, so, lakad-lakad lang. Okay lang ho to, sir. Walang nangyayaring masama. Tamawagan na ba kayo ng Kaap Manila? May text po na wala na hong flights. So, ikaw, anong ginagawa mo? Ba't ikaw lang mag-isa? Monitoring lang po ako dito. I hope you will not take it against him. Tagaytay has been known to be a hospitable city.
Oh, actually,
So,
there should at least be 2 people, di ba, in the shift para kung nabanyo yung isa. O, di ba? Okay.
So, pakinggan niyo po ito. Why airport fiasco is going on?
Normal operation na so wala sir, malinis talaga. So is either cancer na emergency o na airport. Yun yung surveillance namin sir. Tapos yung communication namin.
Okay daw yung communications. Narinig niyo? So, naka-chinelas nga siya. So, very relaxed. Parang wala nangyayari. That's January 1. January 1, 2 p.m., thereabouts. Second video. Can we have that second video? Yung labas naman ng facilities. Huwag niyo po tatanggalin to. Ang apakabait nito. Huwag niyong ililipat. Ito siya, yun. Nag-tour. Sabi ni Senator JB, walang security guard. Pulis na ho namin yung nagpaikot-ikot dyan. Siya lang mag-isa. Iniwan na yung loob. Nag-tour doon sa labas. Iniwan na yung loob. So wala nang tao doon. Baka tumatawag kayo. Nasa labas po. Kasalanan ko po yan. So again, very revealing. Very, very peaceful, tranquil place in Tagaytay. Lakas na hangin. Nakita nyo? Naririnig nyo? So having viewed this stage, you promise not to transfer them. You promise transfer him, not to administratively sanction him, nor even admonish him. Pabantayan po namin yan. Kawawa naman yung bata. Napakabait niya. Pero ang tanong ko po dito, and this is a friendly suggestion. We have reached a high level of alert. During that critical moment, nagdidetour na yung mga aeroplano, bumabalik na yung mga galing ng Japan, Hong Kong, Davao, Cebu, grounded na lahat. And yet, we don't have that state of urgency required to address a very critical situation involving at that national security. So, are you saying now that we are now not following this convention that we have been mentioning for several times now? Baka yung 69 natin, pag napanood nila to, baka gawin na lang 6. 0.9. So, another friendly suggestion, can we make this more professional level of alert? Is it orange? Is it yellow? Is it red? Di ba? Para automatic na alam nila yung gagalawin nila. Yung gagawin nila, sabihin nila, Chief, pupulis, tulungan nyo kami, mag-deploy kayo sa labas para walang makapasok dito sa loob, di ba? Can you explain that, Captain Tamayo? Friendly lang naman yung akin eh. Kasi na-alarma ho ako no, sabi ko, ba't isa lang tao nandito? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for the information, sir. Because during these holidays, our policy is to be on heightened alert. So if information like this, we receive information like this, hindi naman ho namin pag-initan yan, but we will look into all of our facilities to make sure that whatever directive we give is followed. Isa pa ho yung dapat ho yan, security guard laging may security guard yung facilities natin So, at saka bawal ho magpapasok talaga. It's a restricted area. So
huwag ko kayo magagalit sa kanya kasi pinakialaman ko na yan dahil alarmado ho rin kami. Tsaka nasa Tagaytay ho yung, nandun din ako a few kilometers away. Sasama nga ho ako doon, kung wala lang namamas ko sa akin, nandun din ako. Kaya lang ang biro ko kay Senator JB, pag sumama ako doon, baka may makalikot pa ako doon ng ibang mga gadgets, lalong mapasama. So, how can we improve this? Lessons learned.
Yes, sir. We will look into this, especially now that you have made us aware of it. I-review ho namin yung mga policies ulit when it comes to yung outlying facilities natin. And dapat ho talaga ma-monitor ho yan You really don't know what will happen. Kasi yung during that situation last January 1, yan ho was very important for us, the Tagaytay facility, because that's a microwave facility. And when we restored power at the CNS ATM, yan ho yung unang tumulong sa amin sa communication.
Flight came from Brisbane, Australia, PR 222.
That's
Yung po yung
correct, sir.
Tagaytay yung tumulong. So, siguro po, yung installation lang ng CCTV cameras, naka-monitor kayo dito sa Kaap, Manila, kaya po yun. Lapit lang naman ng Tagaytay. At ulitin ko po, Madam Chair, huwag niyo naman pong pag-initan itong naka-short pants, naka-chinela. Siguro, inabot lang ng chief of police ko, nakaliligo lang, napuyat, siya lang ang inabutan nandun, mag-shift. And he was very accommodating enough to brief me, and thereafter I briefed my other colleagues of what is happening in Tagaytay. And surely, he was able to help. So, huwag niyo po siyang pag-initan at babantayan po namin yan. Hindi ko po kilala yun. Madam Chair, I have no other questions. I just gave some friendly suggestions to our good friend Secretary Bautista, and I hope they can increase the 69% mark they got from ICAO to 89%. 89%.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Tingnan nyo, he's working even during the break to find out, to investigate what's going on. And as I mentioned, it's very helpful that we have that information, but it's also worrisome. Can you imagine? Major site yung Tagaytay kahit papano. Can you tell me, what's the importance of the Tagaytay CAP facility? Can you tell us, sir?
It's very important, very critical, because it's part of our communication system. Especially when the CNS ATM went down, yan ho ang nag-save sa amin Because it is microwave. Unlike CNS ATM, it's satellite-based.
Okay, so having said that, bakit hindi ninyo man lang sinecheck na merong karelyebo yung tao doon, na may security guard? Kaninong responsibilidad yon? I mean, that's very basic and I guess very visual, that you can actually see right away that you're not being compliant. Lalo na siguro itong mga technical, kaya pala kayo nagkakaganyan with all your technical aspects. If just manpower, hindi man lang ninyo maayos yung sitwasyon, bakit ganon? Sino yung dapat nagre-report tungkol doon? Sino yung USEC? Or sino yung, kung hindi man USEC, sino sa CAAP?
That's under
Through the chair, Your Honor. based on our schedule po, ang tao po doon sa facility ay 4 po, 2 CNSSO at saka 2 ELPT. At saka mayroon pong security guard doon na kaya nga nagtaka po ako bakit wala
Okay.
pong security
Alam mo
guard.
siguro, kahit na sinasabi nyo, they think it's just lip service that you're on heightened alert when it's the holidays. But then, because it's the holidays, a lot of them probably took the liberty of working part-time. We don't know. That's why I think you should really install those CCTVs ASAP. Here in the main office as well as in Tagaytay. And if Senator Robin Hood Padilla is still online, I know that he's been keenly observing. He has a lot of comments. I would like to invite him to speak if he's still online. If not, what I will deliver a message that he texted the group. He said, kanina, nagpapatawa tayo, may nagpapatawa, pero ang totoo nun, tayo ang nakakatawa at kahiya-hiya ang ating sitwasyon at ang nangyari. So we should not take this lightly. Ang babait nga namin sa inyo eh. Pero ang totoo niyan talagang kaap, you really bungled this, ha? Anyway, I think Senator JV just, he knows a lot of technical details. So I'll leave the floor to him and then later on, I will issue now my closing statement.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that this is very important because these are 3 items, no? Number 1, I'd just like to ask Kap again, yung pong statements una, sabi outdated yung system. Again, for the record, DG Tamayo, is our CNS system outdated or not?
As I mentioned earlier, sir, the CNS ATM at this point in time is still state-of-the-art and a gold standard as far as air traffic is concerned, air traffic control is concerned. It just needs upgrades,
sir.
software and hardware.
No, the reason why I asked so that Rino will know what the needs of CAP are so that this thing would not happen again. And from what I know, through the ICAO or the International Civil Aviation Organization, correct me if I'm wrong, mandated the use of seamless global air traffic management years ago. Para nga po seamless na. All of the traffic management system all over the world ay iisa na lamang. Hindi pwede ring, tama kayo, hindi pwedeng outdated tayo eh. Because if we are still using ground radar, well, the whole world is using already the satellite-based global air traffic management system. Hindi po tayo dadaanan ng airlines, international airlines, and even pilots themselves will not go through our airspace. So tama ho ba na it was mandated sometime 2011, but it was only 2018 when we were online with the new CNS system.
That's correct, sir.
So we are it just needs updating and upgrading. So yung CNS is now hindi na tayo ground-based, no? We are now satellite-based as the rest of the other countries are using the global air traffic management system already. Second, yung pong system redundancy, I'd like to ask because ang naging problema dito, sabi the backup did not work. Do we have a backup system, DG Tamayo, that in case our air navigational management system or CNS system fails, ano po ang backup po natin? Because, mechanical failure, as you are pointing out, electrical failure can happen kasi, gamit yan eh. So, do we have a backup system?
Basically, sir, what happened nung nawala ho yung CNS ATM natin? We resorted to the old procedural, I think that was explained by Marlene already.
The conventional system tayo.
Conventional system.
Bali, ang nangyari no, nag-VFR na tayo.
Yeah,
Tama ho ba? That time that during the crisis situation.
Yeah, in fairness
Visual
to them,
flight rules.
Yes, sir. In fairness to them, they are maintaining their qualification for these old procedures that we used to do.
So we do not have, ang ano kasi, no, what is recommended, that's why we're asking DG Tamayo so that we will, moving forward, this does not happen again, that yung pong, I think I also read in an article that Secretary Bautista also wants a backup system, so to speak. It's not really a backup, but it's a redundancy. tama ho ba, na dapat habang gumagana po, we are using the CNS system, we have a second system, for example in Cebu, that is also operating at the same time. So that in case our main CNS system malfunctions or is what happened here is offline, yung pong CNS system or the redundant system, the secondary system is already working. Hindi po yung pag namatay yung sistema natin dito, tsaka pa natin sa start up, hindi po. So, the ideal system is that we have a redundant CNS system. Tama ho ba?
That's correct, sir. It should be an independent system.
So that in event of a failure or a breakdown,
yes, at the separate
kayang saluhin.
Yes.
Tama. And I think the plan before was to put that system, supposedly yung may MACC na hindi, it was not commissioned, can serve as can it serve as a backup na in case mag-fail yung CNS natin, it kayang saluhin for the meantime until the main system, the primary system is back online?
As mentioned by General Hotchkiss, that MACC system never went online kasi ang dami hong defects, ang daming issues. Kaya hindi pumasok.
So that's the reason it was not commissioned.
It was not commissioned.
So we spent about 500 million that was never commissioned or never was operational. So yung ano po, no? Anyway, kaya po tinatanong so that, in the next budget hearing, we would be able to support you so that we will make sure that our aerospace are safe and this doesn't happen again. So pagkakalam ko, tama nga po, meron pong duplication, redundancy. In other countries, may triplicate pa nga ho di ba? So that in case our primary system goes down or is being updated or upgraded, yung redundant, yung second system is working, pero meron pang isa na triplicate system. So, ito pong what's the plan? Finally, before we move on, so that we would find out what the plans of CAAP are. So, is it the establishment of a redundant system so that they will now have two systems, Madam Chair, working at the same time na in case mag-fail yung primary, kayang-kayang saluhin ng secondary system.
That's correct, sir. So, moving forward po, we would like to do have a feasibility study immediately for the second independent system because for the backup system because it takes time to set this up. Thank you, sir.
So that is the long term, yun na talaga yung plano natin so that we will have a safer, I would say, air navigational system para aerospace natin. At least we will have two redundant system. How much would it cost?
The feasibilities are approximately 200 million just for the feasibility study.
Just for the feasibility study, but for the system, probably 13 billion also. Is it the same as the primary
Perhaps, sir.
system?
Likely, sir. Almost the same as of this time.
At least we know for the record, Madam Chair, so that in terms when we go through the budget hearings, probably we can support you with this because again, what really happened was it cannot happen again, no? Because the effects, no, to tourism and other factors are also more enormous, no? The effects to the economy, to national security. Is enormous. But I'll just wrap up my, Madam Chair, because Senator Bato, I heard still would want to ask questions. Going back kasi nandito na rin po yung Air Force, I'd like to take advantage on the national security issue. Sino sa Air Force? Colonel, please identify yourself.
Yes, sir. I'm Colonel Robert Vita, sir.
So, going back, no, kanina siguro narinig mo that doon po sa ating CNS, the communication, navigational, and surveillance, are there any Air Force personnel always there to monitor?
Meron po tayong naka-duty sa ATMC. Parati, sir.
Ano yun? Talagang 24/7
Yes,
nandun. Okay? So again, going back kasi yung pong Air Defense Identification Zone, ibig sabihin, pag pumasok sa zone na yun, Luzon area, critical, dapat all aircrafts will be identified. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir. We also have the monitoring at PADCC, sir.
Sa bodies, no?
Yes.
So in case merong isang intrusion that unidentified aircraft enters our aerospace and thus refuses to identify or cannot be identified, ano po ang protocol ng Air Force?
We intercept, sir. Immediately intercept, sir, the aircraft.
So yung pong personnel nyo will call our strike wing. So
Fighter wing, sir.
Fighter wing.
sir, yes, sir.
Okay.
To intercept, sir, and mag-deploy na po kaagad ng, sir, ng fighter aircraft, sir, to intercept.
Did this happen again? Our chair is asking kung meron bang intrusion ng unidentified aircraft that you intercepted.
As of now, sir, wala pa, sir. But we already made some exercises regarding that, sir.
So, last point, so the whole time that the CNS was down, our air defense system, our air defense also, we were, the armed forces and our defense was blinded also the whole time that the CNS was down.
No, sir.
Hindi naman. Yung ating radar is 4 point yata, that's Air Force, no?
We
Is that
have
correct?
3 radars right now, sir. Pasukin, Mount Salakot in Palawan, sir, and Gusar Air Station in Mindoro, sir.
So those are all working kahit na down yung CNS. Can it cover yung area ng na aerodrome ng CNS nung nawala ang CNS? Kaya ng can it cover na monitor natin or may surveillance ba kaya lahat ng aircraft?
Hindi pa, sir, because we have sa modernization natin, sir, hanggang Horizon 3, sir, yung ating ng radar. So itong tatlo na ito, sir, ito pa lang yung first sa Horizon 1, sir. So we still have Horizon 2 na another 4 radars, sir, isang mobile and 3 fixed, sir, and Horizon 3, sir, is 3 mobile and 1 fixed, sir.
So that will cover already the whole Philippine aerospace.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
Horizon 2 and 3.
Yes, sir.
So, Madam Chair, we want to find out also because, again, this incident is an eye-opener for our national security. So, thank you for that, Colonel. So, Madam Chair, with that, I wrap up my, for the next hearing for other matters.
If Senator Bato is online, if not, let me just talk about a few points that I observed during this hearing. Do we have any official way of updating the software of our CNS ATM? Is it something that has a software that needs to be updated regularly?
There is, ma'am, we are advised of the software upgrade requirements coming from.
So you are advised by them?
Yes, ma'am, we are informed.
And have you done the updating?
Never. Not for the past 2 years.
Tales or Somitomo, can you please verify if at this point they should have upgraded the software? Is there a notification for that?
Yeah, that's correct, Madam Chair. The software we recommend is updated at least yearly to maintain pace with international standards.
So they haven't upgraded the system since
Correct.
since 2020?
In fact, the last upgrade was yes, that's correct, 2020.
How can you go on like that? Are you just winging it, Director Tamayo? Alam, since 2020, kailangan na upgrade yan. Hindi ninyo ina-upgrade. How can you be compatible with other systems?
That's still part of the issues between Thales and the OTR. We have the funds for the upgrade.
Okay, so listen. Initially, you were saying you don't need the maintenance. It's not that crucial because your engineers are trained to do the inspection and the audit. But apparently, that's not the only case. The upgrade of the software is something that has to also be provided by Thales. So that is affected. I mean, if it's an amount, let's say, that you think is too much for us to be able to shoulder, as the Senate President said, if you approached us and said, medyo na tayo na obsolete na yung natin, kailangan nang i-upgrade, hindi naman namin, hindi ibibigay sa inyo. In fact, we gave you money in the past 3 years since the pandemic. So, what is the excuse? Why did you think that this is something that you can wait for, or you can, I don't know, not prioritize at the moment? Sir?
Through the chair, the updating that is software contains the new application po. So, so far po, yung application na ginagamit ng air traffic service ay sufficient naman po na ma-provide yung required service.
Yes, sir. Yung isang UPS system ninyo, di umano ay naririnig ninyong maingay na nasira yung blower. Pero sabi ninyo ay umaandar pa naman, so tinuloy-tuloy nyo hanggang ito na nga yung mga nangyari. Tapos ito sasabihin mo, kasi okay pa naman. So, at what point will you say, no, it's really crucial that we update it already until something like this happens?
Through the chair, yung pong application, yung mga application po na bago po, yun po yung kailangan na upgrade. Pero hindi pa naman po natin kailangan yung application na yon kasi mayroon pa tayong mga kakulangan. So, sa ngayon po...
Hindi natin kailangan yung application na yon kasi meron tayong mga...
yung ginagamit po natin po ngayon is sufficient pa para ma-provide yung required service na kinakailangan po. Ang example po dito, Your Honor, is yung space-based ADSB. So, pag mag-provide po yon, pagka kasama po yon sa latest upgrade po nila, ngayon po, pagka kunin po natin yon, yung hardware po naman natin ay kailangan pang dagdagan. At saka mayroon pa tayong contract with another service provider na para ma-provide po yung space-based ADSB.
Okay, alam mo, minsan sinasabi nila na yung mga ganitong pangyayari ay ginigising tayo. It could be now a blessing in disguise that this thing prompted us to focus on the deficiencies of CAAP and your equipment. Thankfully, there were no deaths involved because of the skill of our operators, air traffic control operators, and some of our engineers. But the fact is, you were just winging it. You're just hoping against hope that nothing will go wrong. Since you're doing not just the bare minimum, but not even the minimum of what is required, which is, I think, at least a yearly audit and inspection by a third party. In fact, there's a daily check that was being mentioned. Number 2, a software upgrade. And then number 3, a hardware upgrade that is also necessary to be able to make that software that software update effective. Kasi kung wala ka naman, mag-update ka ng software mo, pero obsolete naman yung mga hardware mo, bali wala rin yun. So lahat yan nakikita natin, problema pala. So sa susunod na budget, normally, CAAP does not remit money to the national government. Am I correct, Director Tamayo? Yung CAAP ba nagre-remit ng pera sa national government? Alisin natin itong pandemic kasi you were required to give 4 billion plus in cash and 4 billion in dividends. But in the past, are you remitting money to the national government? No.
I stated that already. A total of 22 billion was remitted.
For the past how many years?
2016 up to the present, 2022.
So maybe it should have been asserted that CAAP is an autonomous, what do you call them?
Fiscally
autonomous
yes, ma'am.
body. So dapat talaga, sabihin sa national government, you cannot rely on this because you need your revolving funds to be able to upgrade your system. Imagine 22 billion from 2016 until the present. That could have secured all of the necessary services and upgrades that you needed. So nangyari, pinapadala lang ninyo sa gobyerno, kayo ngayon ang naiipit. You should assert your leadership the same way General Hotchkiss did during his time. Not, you know what, I'm sorry if I have to mention and compare this, but it seems rather relevant at this time to mention that, sir. So that's the point. Now, I would like to just do this closing now. In this,
Your Honor, to the
yes.
chair, if I
before
may make a
before
comment.
I recognize you, Yusek Bobby, before I read my summary, I want to hear also from Secretary Bautista your thoughts on what's going on, what your commitments are, because even if you're not directly involved, you are responsible for the entire transportation sector. So by command leadership, that's under you, and ultimately you will be responsible for that. I when I was asked if you if they think that you should be liable, you were just sworn into office. So your chance now is really to find out what caused it, to fix the situation, and to hopefully guarantee that it will not happen again. So from this time forward, it's almost on you already. So Yusek Bobby Lim.
Thank you, Your Chair. Just to put context, Your Honor, maybe the analogy given to us by Thales about the application of the software, the CNS system is just like a phone, no? It's an Apple phone. There are regular updates that happen. So if the latest update has not been uploaded to the system, it does not render the phone obsolete or useless. It can still function. But over time, if you do not apply or download those software, it will make it slower, operate slower.
Yusek Bobby, are you sitting on the board of CAAP as a representative of the OTC?
Yes,
the OTR?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so why didn't you mention this during our budget hearing?
Well, Honor, there was, in fact, we had identified this as a priority project for 2023. And insofar as the upgrade is concerned, we have received advice from Thales that what you need to do are upgrades, and you don't need, you do it in step by step. Sure, we are behind in terms of software, but you can do that step by step. The other thing that was hindering the commercial negotiations between CAAP and Thales was the outstanding claims issue arising from the major contract. So one of the first things that the Secretary did upon assuming office was a meeting with JICA and the Embassy of Japan to discuss this claims issue because it involved the joint venture of Thales and Sumitomo. And it was agreed that the parties will constitute a claims committee to review the matter because it had been pending for 3 years, unresolved. There was a decision that denied it, but it needed to be reviewed so that we could actually assess the factual issues of the dispute because the factual issues revolve around delay. So the contractor was asserting that the delay was excusable. The engineer of the DOTR was saying, no, those are inexcusable delays. So it's a factual issue. And when you add it all up, the claim is in the hundreds of millions. So the secretary created a new claims committee. And this claims committee is comprised of myself and 2 undersecretaries.
When was this created?
It was created in September, Your Honor. We came up with a procedure and In fact, we all agreed to use a expedited methodology, so we agreed and directed the parties to have a joint memorial rather than each party coming out with its own position paper and we having to go to a litigious process. And in fact, in December, we directed the parties to submit this joint memorial in January. And in fact, they did submit this already yesterday, 2 days ahead of the scheduled deadline of January 13. So we have a joint memorial regarding the delayed damages. There are three other claims that we will proceed thereafter. The procedure now requires the committee to pass upon this delayed damages claimed by the OTR. While that is being assessed by this committee, another joint memorial will be prepared by the claimant, Sumitomo, for their suspension claims, prolongation claims, and escalation claims. So we believe, Your Honor,
What is
that
your timeline to have this
we
resolved?
need-
Pay whatever damages we need to pay, or minus whatever damages they claim?
Yes, Your Honor. We are exploring that approach to expedite the process. We believe that within the month we can resolve
Okay, so
one
within
one of the claims, the first claim, which is the DOTR claim, and then in the next month, in February, resolve the remaining claims of the contractor.
Yeah,
That is our
because
timeline, Your
each
Honor.
time, each delay that you encounter, or that we encounter, is a delay also in the service and maintenance agreement.
We
with
agree, Your
them.
Honor.
So, I don't know. I mean, a month, 2 months, it's still quite long, but I guess it's better than years. So, in the meantime, I would like to ask Secretary Bautista. You know, there was a proposal for the consortium for the Manila International Airport, and I was part of that initial talks with regards to this in 2017, and then in 2018, they were approved by NEDA, but for some reason that was taken back because certain provisions of the concession agreements, the consortium didn't think was fair. And that was, well, NEDA is under the DOF, so I don't know what. I think what they were trying to ask for was something to do with the material adverse government action. That if you agree on something based on the laws at that time, it will not be changed, even if there's both from from the judiciary, executive, or the legislative branch, which I think is fair, that you honor the sanctity of a contract. So, of course, the consortium group didn't agree that this would be feasible because there'd always be threats that their contracts might change. I heard that this is one of the president's priority issues now, is to privatize the management of the Manila International Airport. Can you confirm this, sir, that you are actually in talks for the terms of reference for this? And if the terms of reference are there, would you also be open to accepting an unsolicited bid, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We confirm that this government is planning to privatize the operations of Manila International Airport. No? And we are open to a solicited or unsolicited proposal, although we prefer to have a solicited proposal. No? And the government now is working with ADB and the PPP Center for the finalization of the terms of reference. No? We're expecting that we should be able to have this by the end of first quarter of 2023. And we will be able to accept proposal from interested parties. No? So we confirm, Madam Chair.
So thank you. That's quite reassuring because I remember that if they started this project sometime in 2019, by 2024, it would have been fully operational. So we had the time during the pandemic when there was less airport activity to have gotten construction underway. spoke to those that are interested, and they're still highly motivated because can you imagine, just in September, we're already back to pre-pandemic levels, even higher in terms of the fees, the cap alone. So, I mean, the airport can be a profitable thing, but at the same time, convenient for our passengers. And it will not really be in conflict with the Bulacan Airport because you have Tokyo, Narita, and Haneda. You know, both serve the purpose. If you want a little bit more convenience and land in the city center, you can go to NAIA, but then a majority of our population also live in the north, and it's easier for them to land in Bulacan. And there are more runways there. And NAIA will never expand to more than two. And in fact, nagka-cross pa.
Yes.
Diba? So, ay hindi naman matatalo yung concessionaire dun sa Bulacan Airport. Pero ito talaga, sana mag-grant na kasi yung I remember, there was a time in 2014, the concessionaire GMR attended the hearing here in the Senate of Public Services. Senator Surge was in charge of the Public Services. And their contract, their concession agreement was being questioned. But they already won the bid fair and square. So I thought that we should really honor. So I really advocated for them. And look at them now. The Cebu Airport is beautiful. I think it's run pretty well considering. So I think this is something we need to look into, and also the air traffic controls. Canada did this, and by ensuring their national security, they have a government representative as well as union representatives in the board. I don't know, since we have this bill now separating the functions of CAAP to be a regulatory one as opposed to being in operations, perhaps we can look at air traffic control as being privatized as well, with the safety measures in place. And anytime the government can step in if our national security is in jeopardy. So with that, before my closing, I would like to hear Secretary Bautista, what can we expect from you, sir? Anong pwede naming asahan sa inyo tungkol dito sa airport?
Thank you, Your Honor. No? As far as the Department of Transportation is concerned, no, we'll see to it that we will work and fast track the privatization of Manila International Airport, no? Because MIA po is the gateway to the Philippines, no? And right now, it's the only major airport in Metro Manila. It has reached its rated capacity. It even exceeded its rated capacity. That's why we need to improve and modernize NAIA. No? Admittedly, we have two airports that cross each other. We can only handle 40 to 44 movements per hour. No? But with newer technology, we should be able to increase this to 50 to even 55. No? Because there's one airport in UK with only one runway, but with the use of new technology, they can handle up to 55 flights per hour. No? And one of the operators or the owners of that airport is also interested to be part of the group that will bid for this Manila International Airport privatization. No? So we will fast track the completion of the terms of reference. Also, we are happy to inform you that there was an amendment to the IRR of the PPP law, which will address the MAGA issue that you just mentioned, Madam Chair, and also will allow arbitration in case there is dispute between the Philippine government and the private sector. These two provisions are a part of international practices. No? So we'll see to it that we also adopt this because it's internationally being adopted for PPP projects. No? So this is as far as the airport is concerned. No? On the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, we will fast track the resolution of the dispute between OTR and Sumitomo Thales. No? I have been talking to them since September of last year because I know that it is important that we complete this maintenance agreement and upgrade of the system. No? In fact, we included this in the list of our priority projects as I have presented to the President during the October 11 cabinet meeting. No? And we agreed that we will have a budget to do the feasibility study for this project. And we will work with Thales as far as the upgrade of the software is concerned. I even offered to Thales that we enter into a maintenance agreement separately while we are fixing the problem, no? Because the dispute is between the OTR and the joint venture, and I recommended to them that we separate the issue because CAAP as an independent body can enter into agreement with Sumitomo and Thales for the upgrade, no? While fixing the dispute between the OTR and the joint venture. No? We're waiting for the decision of Thales, although I talked to the representative earlier, but their head office would like to really resolve the issue before we sign the maintenance agreement. But I will again appeal to them if we can separately work on the dispute resolution and the signing of a new maintenance agreement. Madam Chair, we support the bill that will separate the operation and regulatory function of CAAP. No? Also, MIAA, when the privatization is implemented, will be a regulator. Because right now, MIAA is both a regulator and an operator. No? There are other agencies in the department that are regulator and an operator, and we will push for legislation which will separate the operations and regulatory function of agencies under the Department of Transportation. We also support the bill that the employees of the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines should be exempted from the government salary standardization, because we know that we need to retain these people or else they will leave the country, not because they don't love the country, but for economic reasons. They also need to support their families and give their families a very good livelihood. No? So there are other measures, bills that we would like to discuss and present to both Congress and Senate, and we will work closely with you, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Thank you. That's actually quite reassuring, Secretary. These are very nice proposals and that you have. I think Senator Lisa has a quick interjection.
Salamat, Madam Chair. As a member of the committee, wina-welcome ko po yung conflict resolution na ginagawa ng Secretary between the Department and Thales and Sumitomo para hindi parang maapektuhan masyado yung CAAP at yung joint venture. Wini-welcome ko rin po yung suporta ninyo sa dalawang bills na kinoconsider namin sa Senado. Pero merong baka akala po natin mas maliit na bagay, pero napaka-importante. In fact, instigated this hearing. Kailangan pong sabihin ng DOTR at ng CAAP, di lang sa Senado, sa buong publiko, ano ang nangyari talaga, kompleto at makatotohanan noong January 1. Kasi wala pong moving forward kung hindi natin alam eksakto ano yung iniiwanan natin sa nakaraan. Hindi wala po tayong, so that we will not repeat it, kung hindi natin alam kung ano yung it. ano yung mali, ano yung kulang, sino ang nagkamali, sino ang nagkulang, o ano pa man. That's the basis on which our committee could also make recommendations moving forward. Salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you. In fact, that's part of my closing. Sa hinaba-haba ng ating diskusyon ngayon, hindi rin talaga natin masabi, hindi nyo pa rin masabi, hindi ninyo masabi ano ba ang naging dahilan bakit nangyari yon. At hindi pa rin natin matukoy talaga kung ano talaga yung nangyari. So, tama si Senator Risa, paano natin actionan ito na hindi naman natin alam talaga kung anong punot dulo. Subalit, nakita natin na may mga bagay na hindi tayo nagawa, kaya nangyari ito. So, ito yung mga nakita natin dito. Yung sinasabi nga na hindi nag-upgrade ng software, wala tayong independent third-party auditor. Tapos, yung mga sinasabi din naman ito yung, isa-summarize ko yung sinabi ni Secretary Bautista. Dahil, I think ito yung importante. Ito daw yung mga solusyon na nakikita niya. Unang-una, privatization ng airport. Dahil mas magiging efficient. Ito yung mga benefits niyan. Pag na-privatize yung airport at saka yung air traffic control, pero siguro uunahin natin yung privatization ng airport muna. Kasi yung air traffic control, meron yan mga national security concerns. But for the air traffic controls, ito yung mga benefits. Number one, stable and long-term capital investments without the bureaucratic red tape na manggagaling kung may mga budget pa na kailangan kunin. Air navigation technology resulting in shorter flights and less fuel usage. Billions of investment in infrastructure and billions in reduction of government debts. Hindi tayo yung mangungutang. Trimming of redundant staff while increasing employee salary. Kasi hindi nga sila kasama sa government standardization. So, yon, privatization, fast track of the dispute resolution. Number 3, upgrade the software with Thales with a separate maintenance agreement if necessary. And removing technical employees from the salary standardization of the government. Kasi hindi nga natin mabibigyan ng magandang bayad kung gano'n na nangyari. Now, ang mangyari, mag-aalisan lang lahat. Pupunta sila sa Dubai, pupunta sila sa kung saan sa mga bansa para magtrabaho. I would like to reiterate the submission of the following documents to the committee. A, technical report on the circuit breaker. B, minute-to-minute, second-by-second timeline of the incident. 3, electrical plans of the ATMC, CAAP, and Sumitomo will provide this. We ask the help of the country's leading electrical engineers, Engineer Bagwet, to help us make sense of this. Relevant system logs of UPS, CNS, ATM, VSATs, and other relevant systems. Manual contingency protocol and schedule of drills and rehearsals. Position of CAAP on a possible MOU for military takeover when civil aviation fails, and coordination with the air defense system and on the division of its regulation and operation responsibilities. This has to be studied well because I'm kind of not too sure about that. This was just one of the suggestions, yes?
Salamat, Madam Chair. In addition po dun sa system logs, kung maaari din yung manual logs.
And the
Salamat po.
manual logs, as mentioned by Senator Risa, the confidential memo on the findings of investigation on cyber security. Now, I call on the employees of CAAP. If for some reason, meron kayong nalalaman tungkol dito, maaaring wala kayo dito ngayon, pero siguro maririnig ninyo yung pinag-usapan dito sa hearing na ito. Pumunta po kayo sa amin, kahit sinong senador na inyong pinagkakatiwalaan. Sabihin ninyo kung anong alam ninyo. Kung meron kayong video na nangyari dahil walang CCTV doon, ipaalam ninyo sa amin. Kung hindi ninyo nais lumantad, pwede naman namin kayong protektahan na hindi. Pero para ito sa seguridad ng ating mga kababayan. Kung sa tingin ninyong nagkukulang ang gobyerno at may itinatago, sabihin po ninyo sa amin. Poprotektahan po namin kayo dahil nakasalalay sa inyo ang buhay ng milyong-milyong mga pasahero araw-araw. So this committee will wait for these submissions before we determine the propriety of a second hearing. I think Senator Robin might want to do a short statement before I close finally. kasi nagdadasal po kayo kanina nung natawag ko kayo. Pero medyo pagod na yung mga guests natin. So, we'll just give you a short time to give your closing statement, sir.
Magandang gabi po sa ating ginang na tagapangulo. At sa lahat po ng ating mga kasama na mga isang magandang gabi po sa inyo. At sa atin pong mga bisita, magandang gabi po. Ang maswerte po kayo, wala yung tigre at nandito lang yung kuting. At yung ating Senator Rapi Tulfo, wala. Medyo hindi tayo wala akong magagawa, wala pa rin umaamin kung ano talaga ang nangyari. Pero gusto ko lang ipaalam sa inyo na 56,000 na tao ang naistorbo po dyan sa nangyari noong January 1. At hindi ko po naramdaman sa hearing na to magmula 1:30 hanggang ngayon na meron pong pagsisisi o may remorse o wala akong di ko naramdaman yun. Nakakalungkot lamang po na wala tayong hindi sana ganun. Sana matuto na tayo sa gobyerno. Isasama ko na yung sarili ko na sana matuto tayo umamin kung meron tayong pagkakamali. Puro tayo ganito gagawin natin, ganito gagawin natin. Meron ngang nangyari. Wala naman lang kahit sino ang aamin na may Ay, nako. Maraming salamat po, mahal na ginang na tagapangulo. Yun lamang po, maraming salamat.
Oo nga naman, alam mo, sa ibang bansa, 'di ba? Pag mga ganyan, mahihiya na sila na mismo ang bibitiw sa pwesto. Pero dito sa atin, well, anyway, hindi man natin alam diretso kung sino talaga ang umamin na may kasalanan. Alam naman natin na talagang nagkulang ang kaap naman. Alam natin 'yon, nagkulang sila. Pero nga ang ating tinutuntun ngayon ay yung kaligtasan ng ating mga kababayan. Susunod yung mga kung sinong liable, kung may naging negligent, kailangan talaga merong ganon. Kung hindi, patuloy lang natin gagawin yan. Walang mananagot. Hindi naman tama yon. So, this hearing now will be suspended pending the submissions that we are waiting for. When we have the submissions, we will probably conduct another hearing, but by that time, hopefully we'll have more of a progress report on what's happening. I would like to thank all of our guests. You've been so patient sitting there for 7 hours, almost 6.5 hours. To our two senators that stayed until the end, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Risa, thank you very much. And to my very knowledgeable Vice Chair, Senator J.V. Ejercito, also I'd like to thank him. So with that, this hearing is now suspended. Thank you.